And I'm gonna talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers. So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the final part of Cloud Summit 2021. It is day 11, final part. This is the final time I'm welcoming everyone to the Cloud Summit. It has been a very long journey of 11 days, but the reason I kind of messed up the intro video was because I just realized that we were running a little late already and I have to bring in the next speaker. So before I do that, a quick gentle reminder is to follow code of conduct and please be very respectful in the comments, which I already see you guys and girls are spot on. There's always 3 contests going on. The first one is the live contest that whenever you ask a question to the speaker, use #CloudSummit in the tag and take a selfie, be creative and tag us on social media, that is LinkedIn and Twitter, using @CloudSummitLive, using the hashtag #CloudSummit, and we'll make sure that we do the giveaways during the towards the end of the day. And I just sounded like a radio jockey. Having said that, let's go ahead and invite our very first speaker, Bruno. And I love his title. It is so interesting. He's going to talk about, I don't think he's just going to talk about, right? It's going to be some amazing demos. His session is about anomaly detection using ML.NET on a drone flying data from Azure IoT. You can see I'm just so excited for his session. So let's go ahead and bring in Bruno. Oops. Yeah, it's not. Hi, Bruno. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021. You are muted.
This is Thursday. I will probably have a full week without that you are muted, but today was not the day. Hey, Simon, hello everyone.
Oh my goodness, I really love your studio. First, I love your flag. Second, what are those all MVP awards that you have?
Yes, I was lucky enough to be recognized for 14 years in a row. This is a green screen, so this is a photo of my old office. I still need to set up my new one. But yes, Microsoft people is amazing, and I love technology, and I am lucky enough to have these awards behind me.
Wow, I really love it. I just could recognize it's a green screen. Bruno, I won't take much of time. I know I'm already 5 minutes in your session. I know you have shared your screen. I'm going to add it to the stream. Everybody can now see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And hey, thanks for the nice intro. I was watching all the last couple of days, a lot of sessions. So I was looking forward to see how about me. So you've probably seen Bruno from Canada, not a Canadian. This is the accent. I came from Spain. And hey, I love to talk about technology. I work in Ameena, the company, I lead innovation there. But today, let me show you what we can do with a small drone, kind of a toy. It's not a professional one. Get the data, connect to the drone, and hey, there's going to be a couple of fun things to work around. So let's start off the stuff that we are going to use. Basically, I am going to write from scratch a SDK to connect to the drone in Python. They am going to do some anomaly detection using C# and machine learning.net to basically read the telemetry. Of course, I'm going to use Excel. How do you are going to get insights from data if you are not going to use Excel? And I am not going to go deep into communications. There is a full talk about that, but basically this is UDP, not TCP, so get ready for some weird errors and whatever. And as usual, I will say when I see this meme the first time, I said that, okay, this is me. This is just for fun. This is an excuse to learn about Python, sockets, multi-threading, C#, machine learning.net, but do not use this in production. And I'm sorry, I'm really sorry about the crappy demos and the crappy jokes. That's basically me. So let's start off what we are going to do, what I'm going to use. I am going to use this drone. This drone is it's not very expensive. I mean, if you start to look for drones and the drones that you can write code to manage the drone, you always get to move to the professional sites, and we are talking about a couple of $1,000 there. This is a $100 drone, And also, depending on if you get some crazy offers, you can even get this for $70, $75. And it's a toy. It's a very small drone. You can see here in the camera, it's a toy. It fits in the palm of your hand. So it's not very powerful. It's not very big, but it's good enough to start to work with the drone. It's good enough to start to code with the drone. Because when I see the drone the first time, what I really, really like about this is that the 2 or 3 topics, features, whatever that you look for a drone are here. So you have a decent camera, you have a 720p quality camera. It's not the best camera, but it's good enough to access the camera and do some computer vision there. You have a 10-minute, 15-minute battery life, also good, it's fine. And then you have a couple of sensors. The drone is very stable. It has 2 Wi-Fi antennas, and when you turn on the drone, it will enable a Wi-Fi hotspot so you can connect to the drone. Depending where you are and how busy is your network, you can control the drone up to 20 or 30 meters. I am in my office. My office is a mess of devices, so sometimes the signal gets scrambled, but hey, it's kind of fine. I mean, for a toy drone, it's super fine. And when I start to look at the drone, I realized that there were people who are basically using this drone in education to teach kids about programming using Scratch. Scratch is this programming language where you don't code, you drag blocks. So they drag blocks like take off and the drone will fly, do a flip and the drone will do a flip, and these kind of things. And said, okay, there's probably an SDK somewhere there. I couldn't find an SDK. There is no official SDK, but there is an amazing PDF. Now we have the new version of the PDFs where it basically explains how you can connect to the drone and interact with the drone. And when you turn on the drone, as I mentioned, you are going to connect to the drone via Wi-Fi. And then once you are connected to the drone, you can start to send commands to the drone. You can open 3 ports. One port is to send commands. You're going to say to the drone, hey, drone, flight, and it's going to fly. Turn, move left, move right, or whatever. Each one of these commands will give you back a response, okay, or error. You don't know what's happened. That's the only thing that you need to do. There is another port that you can open where you can reach and get information from the drone, like battery life, how the time of flight of the drone, the acceleration of the drone. It has an accelerometer, and there is a third port that you can open to access to the camera. So with all of this, I start to figure out, okay, we don't have an SDK, but maybe with this, we can start to code against the drone. So in order to show this today, and because I am going to connect to the drone using my machine, my wireless connection, this is how I have this set up. I am connected to the internet via network cable, and I am going to connect to the drone via wireless. I set up this slide, and I show this slide because this is a toy. This is not a professional one, and bad stuff happens. So from time to time, I may lose connection, I may lose whatever. Hey, it's fun. It's a way to start, it's a way to learn, and it's fun. And once I am connected, the hello world here, if you are in a big room, what I'm probably going to do is put up the drone and make it fly and get down. I will leave the flight demos to the end because I don't want to hit the drone into my wall. It's happened before, and then do not have the device for the demo anymore. But I am going to start with the hello world, which is basically get the battery level of the drone. I know it's super boring, but we can do that. So let's start. Let's do the hello world. Let's start to get some telemetry from the drone. So what I am going to use now, let me close this, let me minimize this. What I am going to use now, I'm going to use code. I'm going to use Python to write this line. But before going there, let me show you a couple of important things that I need to do. So as I mentioned, I am going to connect to the drone via Wi-Fi. Right now, I'm connected to my home Wi-Fi. So when I turn on the drone, you don't need to see this, but I just turn on the drone. There is a LED blinking on the top. If I go to see my Wi-Fi networks, I should get a new Wi-Fi network somewhere here. Let's wait until there it is. Oh, no, where is this? I should get a new Wi-Fi network here for the drone. It should be named Telo something. So let's refresh this one more time. Let me open this. It's turned on, yes, it's turned on. So I should get the network there, and I can connect directly from here to the network. Once I see in the network, come on, network should be there. Once I see the network here in the list, I should probably start to connect. The main problem is doing this directly from Windows, and I'm using also Windows 11, is that Windows may make a mess with the connections and how they are handled, these kind of things. So what I am going to use, I am going to basically, I know the drone address, I'm going to ping the drone. Let me move here. This is a ping that I am doing to the drone, and let me also open a new instance of Windows Terminal, and I am going to connect to the drone using this command. This command is a standard Windows command, which is going to say, hey, connect to this network, which is the I am connected to the drone, and now in my networks, I basically have, let me refresh this. Now in my network, I basically have connected via Wi-Fi to the drone and to the Ethernet to the cloud. Again, just showing you this because I am going to connect and disconnect several times during the demo. This is stuff that's happened, so just want to give you an advice of this. So let's start with this. Let's connect to the drone. Let's start to write some code. I love demos, so I'm going to basically write everything today. So let's start with the base of what I am. Oh, let me make this a little bigger so you can read the. And let me also disable Copilot for Python. So this is the three main libraries that I'm going to use. Socket to open sockets to the drone, time to basically manage some timeout, and threading because I am going to open each one of the sockets in different threads. So that's the ABC. Then let's write some code to receive data from the drone. Remember that I can send commands and check the status of the command, and I can also open another socket where I'm going to read information like the battery, the time of flight, accelerometer, etc. So this is two functions that I have. Remember, this is not a solution code. Well, I have basically an eternal loop while true, and I open a socket, read the socket, and get the response. The same in the other one, but in this one, I am going to have a big string with a lot of info, and I know that if I do a split, the item in the position 21 is the battery. So I have these two eternal loops that I'm going to open in a different thread to get information from the drone. Now, how do I send information to the drone? So again, very simple. I am going to pick up the socket and send a UTF string to the socket. What I'm going to send? Information based on the PDF, like an example, move up, move down, land, flip, a couple of things. The only tricky part here is that I know, because you don't know if the message is there or not, this is UDP, not TCP. What I am using is a very simple pattern here, when I'm going to have a timestamp here, send the command, and start to check for the response. And if after 5 seconds I don't have the response, hey, this was a kind of a timeout. This is not working. And these other ones are kind of simple overload to try to have a stream response or to have to know if I have an okay or not okay response. But with two sockets, I can start to read information from the drone, and I can start to send information from the drone. Then let's go and define the connection. This is the nice part. I already know my IP. I already know that the drone is working, is going to, once I connect it to the drone, is going to give me the IP 192.168.10.1. And I already know, because of the PDF, that I have to open port 8889 and 8890 to send and receive information. So this is why I am going to basically open these two client sockets in these two ports to basically connect to the drone. And then what I need to do is define the threads. It's create two threads in two different threads with daemon mode, and one is going to read the data that is going to give information from the drone, and the other is going to read the responses that I have from this. So 90 lines of code, a lot of comments there, and this is the basic lines of code that we need to write to interact with the drone. So what I can do here, I can create my app, and this is my app. This is the easiest app ever. I'm going to define a variable. This is going to be battery. I am going to send a first command, which is going to be command. This is the first command that you need to send to the drone, so the drone knows that you are working in SDK mode. And then I'm going to read the battery value. That's basically it. Wait a couple of seconds and show the battery value. And remember that here on the top, sorry for the scroll, I know that the battery value is going to be read in this thread from this string, which I'm going to split, and the battery is in the position 21. So let's run this. Let's try to figure out, let's see if this works. So I am still connected, that's fine. So I can run this. I'm going to use a local terminal to run this, probably need to use a different one. And wait a couple of seconds, it's connected, it should be there. There it is, that's the battery. Whoops, I have a lot of not fine stuff there. And that's my battery. Battery 83%, which is super kind of amazing. I am connected to the drone. But let's change a couple of things here to make this demo a little more engaging. Instead of showing the battery, instead of showing just the battery value, let's print the full list of responses that I have and also make this work for 20 seconds. And to see a better output for this, I am going to run this in this window. Oh, I get disconnected, this stuff happened. So I need to turn on. Remember when I told you that it gets connected and disconnected? So I turn on the drone again. And there it is. And I need to connect to the drone. And as soon as my, there it is. And as soon as my ping start to reply, I can run my project. So let me go here. Let's go to the direction that I have here, and let's run Python, and this is my file, demo.py. So once I run this, yes, I'm cool with this. This is the information that you start to see. This is tons of information. And if I start to move the drone around, you are going to see also how the information starts to move, because I am getting values from the accelerometer. I am getting values that apply to the vector of the drone. So everything that I have here in this command line is what's come from the drone. And there are 20 or more variables that I can read here, but I have the vector of the drone, I have the axis Y, theta, I have the pitch, roll, and yaw. Sorry, I will speak in drone mode for this. I have accelerometer values for the vector. I have the temperature, low and high from the drone. I have the time of flight. I have the battery. I have plenty of information. And hey, this is the info that I can use to run this, to do some machine learning on top of this. But because I show you how easy it is to connect to the drone and do this, I will show you kind of a plus of, hey, how you access the camera. So we have this code. This code is kind of amazing. I know, I am not supposed to brag, but I love this. Let's access the camera of the drone. So let's create a new one. Camera.py, there it is. And by the way, here in my, this is the file that's just created. You can take a look there that the camera is empty right now. So this is, I am writing the code as we speak. So let me go here and let's create the camera. So I am going to have the same set of codes that I already have. I already write for this, so it's almost the same. The only difference is that I have here OpenCV, because I am going to use OpenCV to access the camera. Why? Because OpenCV is super, super powerful to work with camera frames. It will solve a lot of problems. So what I am going to do here right now is I am going to start the connection to the drone, and the main difference that what I did before is I'm going to send a control command, which is going to start the SDK mode, and I'm going to send another control command, which is going to say stream on, and this is going to indicate the drone, open your camera, start to use your camera and start to do the streaming. Then when I have this, I am going to start the camera, and this is, again, with OpenCV is super easy. I have just used an address, and my address is the UDP IP, and the port is 11.11.1. and then I'm going to say, hey, OpenCV, open a camera capture. The camera capture is an element in OpenCV that allows me to basically connect to the camera, and every time I can do an infinity loop or I can do some event-based programming, but I can access to the frame of the camera. And this frame is an image, so I can use this in a very, very simple way. In example, if instead of doing this with the UDP, I put a number 0 here, it's going to open my camera number 0 in my computer. Or I can do some remote camera that I have from the internet. It's super easy to use. So now let's see how we access the camera. And this is the code to work with the camera. I am going to use the battery, kind of the anchor, to know that I am connected. So I am going to do an eternal loop, and I'm going to read the battery value. And then I am going to say, hey, capture the object that I created connected to the drone, read the frame. I am going to resize the frame, 640, 480 seems to be fine. And let's show this in an OpenCV window. Let's change this for Cloud Summit Rocks EMG, and something happened. I'm going to print exception. And then, because it's an eternal loop, what I am going to do is at any moment I press the key Q, is going to break. And the last one, which is also important, is I need to close the camera stream. So I need to send a control command saying to the drone, hey, stream off. If I don't do this, the drone stays in a crazy mode. I need to take out the battery with a couple of seconds and start it again. But with these lines of code, I can start to run my camera. So let's run this. Let's open this, move to this one. Oh, sorry, there it is. And I am not connected, so I need to go back to my other one, turn on the drone. And when the drone is connected, once I have the drone connected, you are going to see how this works. So let's wait until the ping give me back a response. This is the perfect moment to drink some water. And there is connected there in this one. I have the reply. So let's run Python the camera.py. So, TV2. Oh, I don't have TV2. So pip install. Hey, sorry about that. This should be working. I should probably need to run this in another. Let me run this in Anaconda prompt. And sorry about that. I'll use my demo domain. Why is not moving? CD. I'm going to go to the camera path. There it is. And now let me start the camera there. Okay, let's allow this one. Now it's connecting, and the window that you are going to see at any moment now should be here. There it is. That's my drone. That's the camera of the drone. If I start to move the drone around, you are going to see me. Remember that I told you that I have my green screen in the back. So that's the green screen. This is my office right now. This is you there with presentation, camera, and everything. And hey, it works. It works kind of fine. I mean, I'm going to talk to the drone right now. It works kind of fine. The frames per second are 40, 30. I can show this. And it's only took me 10 more lines, 20 more lines of code to add this. It's super, super easy to access the camera. And then from here, I can start to do stuff. Let me stop like this one. I can start to do stuff like, can't remember the number. I have some demos already here, but the 45. So I can do Python 45 face detection. This one is going to start the camera, is going to connect to the drone, start the camera, and once I have here my camera running, I'm running, so here I am, I can start to do some face detection here, so you can take a look. And I am moving my drone around. It has some delays there, but hey, you have the camera detected, and it works really, really nice. The main difference is that while I am looping inside of the camera, let me open this one, the 45. While I am looping inside of the camera drone, what I am going to do, I am going to, if I have the detection enabled, I am going to detect the faces, and if I find some faces, I am going to show them in a box, in a frame there. So super easy, it's not very complicated at all. It's kind of easy to implement, and it's opened the lines to start to do a lot of stuff with OpenCV and the drone and this kind of thing. So half of the session is already there. We show how we can connect to the drone and start to do things. Let's start to figure out what else we can do. So I will probably talk about Azure IoT at the end. So why I wanted to do some anomaly detection, why my goal was to try to figure out what to do. The drone gave me a lot of information. I was trying to figure out a couple of sessions, a couple of topics where I am going to start to learn about anomaly detection, and I found out that, hey, if I have my drone flying like this in an easy way, and then I have some kind of bump or whatever, all of this telemetry, I can get access to this telemetry, and I can analyze this telemetry and start to detect some kind of issues there. There are plenty of ways to do this, but it was also a nice chance to start to do this with machine learning.net. I've been a .NET developer for a long time, so I started to think, okay, maybe one of the scenarios that are covered by machine learning.net have this, and yes, they have anomaly detection there. There are plenty of scenarios. I strongly suggest if you are a .NET developer or if you want to start to learn machine learning, get there, start to take a look at these samples, start to play around with the data, put your own data there, and it's going to be a nice way to do this. And hey, how this works, how anomaly detection works. Basically, you have a data time series of data. In this case, it's going to be the information from the accelerometer of the drone, in example, in a timeline for a couple of minutes. And then you can apply some algorithms that's going to start to create some patterns around the data there, and they are going to start to detect specific points that are not part of this pattern. So you can basically start to play there that you say, okay, I want to detect points that are slightly away from the main pattern, or they are big away, so you can start to work with the confidence or a lot of variables there. And it's a very, very easy way to do this. It's a very simple way. You don't need to do this in a very, it's easy to start. So let's switch a little for a couple of samples here. So let me go here. Let's go to the anomaly detection demo. There it is, machine learning.net, data samples, anomaly detection. And let's pick up this file. Let's pick up a simple file. Let's pick up this file has values. It has 2 columns of values where we have a month and then we have sales. This is just a number. And also we don't have all of the days from the months. We have from January 1 to 10, from February to 12, I'm sorry, from February the same, and then from March. And then, hey, we have some values here, and we can easily use Excel to create a chart like this one. And this is a nice starting point because from here, we can start to identify, okay, there are some couple of maybe, I don't know, points that they are not part of the standard pattern that we have here. So an example, maybe this point here, or maybe that one there. I can, just looking at this, start to consider this like anomalies. So I can understand, I am a human, I can understand these points. So I can say, okay, this one and this one are anomalies, which is great. It's a great way to do this, but let's run some code in order to do this. So what I am going to use, I am going to switch to C# here right now, and I write, oops, let me make this a little bigger so you have a better context. I have a console application here. This is .NET 5. I think it's .NET 5. Let me double check. This is .NET, not .NET 5, but this is a console application using the Net framework. Yes, Net 5. This is the framework that I'm using. And I have a couple of dependencies here in this project in order to do this, which are machine learning, Microsoft machine learning, and Microsoft machine learning time series. Time series is the one that we use for anomaly detection. And in the ABC of machine learning, what we do usually is we start with data, we clean our data, we load our data, we organize our data, then we apply an algorithm to the data or a set of algorithms to create a model, and then we run the model to learn to process this data. So what I have here is basically that. I am going to load data from the CSV that we just see, and I'm going to say other stuff like, in example, hey, you know what? This is my file. Let me move back here. This is my file, product sales CSV, and then, oh, I don't want. And then I am going to say that this file has a header, and I am using comma-separated values, so the separator is going to be data. Then I have a couple of classes here. I am using hard-coded objects here. I have product sales data, which has two fields here, the month and the sales. And then I have a prediction, which has a vector of numbers, and I'm going to use this to basically analyze the data. So I am going to say, okay, machine learning, I have a context here, create this, load this file that I have, and then use one of the algorithms that we have here, which is the detect IID spike, to do a prediction using the prediction as the output column name, and the input column name is going to be the number of sets. And that's basically it. Then I can start to play around with the confidence. So I'm going to say, okay, show me only elements which are 85% of the confidence. And I know that I have 36 records here to analyze. So I am going to say, you know what, make the chunks for analysis every 9 elements. Then once I have this, I can start to transform the data, start to look at the data view, and start to do some predictions. Super simple. Once I have the predictions, I can iterate to the predictions. And if I have the prediction, the first value, which is the alert, in 1, I am going to show this value in a different way. So let's run this in the console, and let's compare this to Excel. So let me close this one and run this. There it is. I just built this 10 minutes before we start, so it should be faster. It's not faster. There it is. There is my console, and I have some values here. I detected some anomalies here. So let's compare this to Excel to see where we are. So let me put Excel here, and let's open this one here. So the first anomaly that was detected was here 127, which is probably going to be this one. 127 is going to be, this one is 127. This one. So this is the first dot that it was detected as an anomaly, which kind of makes sense if you think, if we start to take a look at the full picture. This one here, we start to create a pattern here, and this one was detected as an anomaly. The next one is, of course, the next dot here, 341, and then I can go to 446, which is going to be probably be this one, 426, I'm sorry, and then, hey, I have my anomaly here with these values. If I change some of the parameters here, I say, you know what, show me only the dots that are, remember that I told you that this creates a pattern, show me the dots that are far away from the pattern, so only with the confidence of 95, and we run this again, this is going to show kind of a different set of numbers. So let me go back again here and start to say, to take a look, we only have 341. Oh, come on. Let's maximize this, and we only have 341, which is this one. We only have this one, and probably the others at the end. But it takes only 10 lines of code to basically do this machine learning analysis, and we can easily do this. Let me minimize this. I am getting here, trying to sync the last demo with the phone, and we can also do this with the drone. How we do this? We can save data from the drone, and saving data, it's super easy. The way that we can save data from the drone is, once I have my drone flying and I have this info here, I can start to access to the info for the, let me close this. I have information from the battery, the accelerometer, from X, Y, and Z, and the temperature, and I can create an Excel file here. Let me show here at the end, using a library from Camera, which is CSV Writer. This is a standard CSV library that you can use in Python, and I can use a CSV, I can create a CSV to analyze. And then because I have this data, I can apply an algorithm similar to this to start to see what's happening. So what I did is I pick up the drone, and I know I'm running out of time. I pick up the drone, I make the drone fly a little, I hit the drone while it was flying, and I make the drone, I land the drone, and this info was stored in an Excel file. So let me show you how this is fits here. So let's go here to data samples, to the drone, and let's open the CSV, the number 3. Okay, so I have here my drone. Let's make a chart of this one. Insert chart. You can take a look here of the chart. Let me make this a little bigger. And you see that the two main axes, X and Y, are basically very, very stable because it doesn't move. The C is the one that basically controls the movement, and this is the bump. And somehow I record this in the... I may make a mistake when I did the demo before because I record this in the wrong direction. It should be in the other direction, stable until the end, but it will be good enough to show how we detect anomalies here. If I remove from these charts, let's remove this, select data. I don't need X and Y, okay. So we have a chart here, makes sense, we can analyze this, and it's easy to understand where are the anomalies here, which is in the first couple of points. And again, sorry, somehow I record this, I may sort the array in the other way. So if I want to do this with machine learning, let's close all of this. My keyword is not working. And let's open the second one. Let's open the third one, I'm sorry. Let's take a look at this one. This one is going to use the CSV code data. Is going to also create a new one with the machine learning data so we can see what's happened there. And I'm going to read the anomaly. It's very simple, very similar. I'm going to also work with the confidence 75, and then I'm going to write the output of the file so we can take a look what's happened there. So let's run this one and let's see what's happened. Debug, start new instance. Okay, that was super fast. Yes, it was super fast. Only 3 values detected, and let's take a look at the generated CSV. I am generated a new file here so we can take a look and compare what we have. So we have here this one. Okay. And let's create a chart, insert a chart. Oh, this is the good set of data that we have, where they're flying and I was hitting this. I'm sorry, I opened the wrong one here. But I have all of the values here. I don't need all of these values, but I can have here, select data. I only will need these two, the alert and the p-value. So if I have this here, and I start to take a look at the alerts here, I have the alerts values here, I can start to take a look at, in example, in which value do I have an alert. Let's move this to the top. So I have an alert here, is 114 minus 44, it's probably somewhere here. Yes, one of these, I'm sorry, it's here. Yes, one of these is detected as an anomaly. So everything below 1,200 and top of 800 is detected as an anomaly. And it's super easy. I mean, you can record the flight data, you can start to think how you are going to do this, and then you can start to analyze this. And the code is the same code that I used before. You have the data, an input file of data. I have my drone telemetry with a header and separator, I have my drone data class, which is very similar to the sales one, but I have here the columns X, Y, and Z from the accelerometer. And I am going to basically detect an IDA time spot. This is a different algorithm to detect this. And I am going to work in the C axis to do this. If I change my confidence and I put something different here, it will have some, I will have some different values. And this is a way that we can easily understand and start to play around to detect anomalies. And again, using this with the drone, that's kind of nice. I am not going to have time to show how you can connect this to Azure IoT. I get to promise this for the next one. I write about this, so you can also write, take a look. But let me do a quick recap of what we just seen, so we can do a couple of final demos. So we write a drone SDK from scratch. There was no SDK, so I show you how you can write your code using a couple of sockets and threads to access to the drone data. We access to the drone telemetry. As a bonus, we show some camera stuff. The working with the camera is kind of also amazing because you can start to bring some community services here. If you want to do some object recognition or face detection or whatever, you can do a lot of stuff there. And hey, because we also have the data, we can start to, the telemetry data, we can start to detect anomaly using machine learning.net, and not very, very complicated. So it's kind of super, super easy to start. I'm going to share the slides there. You have some resources here, like where you can get the drone, the not official SDK. I write a lot about this, so you can find plenty of these codes available to copy, and how you can do this also with custom vision, the SDK, some resources to access to the machine learning.net. And I am going to open this for questions if you want right now. And in the meantime, if I don't know how much time do I have, this is probably also a good time to, hey, try to make the drone fly. I need to stop. It will take me 5 minutes to change cameras and do everything, but it was a pleasure. The best way to contact me is in my Twitter, is @Bruno. It was a fun and fast ride. I hope you enjoy it. Let me see if we have any questions.
That was great, Bruno. Oh my god, this looks like a magic.
Yes, I know.
Wow, this is cool. Oh, you're gone? What's gonna happen now?
No,
This
no.
magic.
Here I am, and what I am going to do is I have one of the demos here, which basically fly the drone and detect faces. So let me minimize this a little. One of the demos I have here is, there it is. This one, detect faces, and when the drone is flying and detect a new face, is going to make a flip. So what I am going to do, this is the 51, yes. What I am going to do,
I'm
I am going
excited. You can see me. This is the best day of Cloud Summit I've had.
I am going to try to fly the drone. Where is my console? Oh, I think I closed it. Let me open the console again.
Well, this reminds me, we hosted Kyla Cinnamon on day 3, who's the program manager for Windows Terminal.
Okay, let me move this one here.
Someone in the comments was asking, .NET Dave is asking, do you have suggestion for a drone that can be used for photography? I mean, there are many drones, but they're a little expensive, isn't it? DJI drone, but expensive.
And as I mentioned, this is a toy drone. This is a super. This is not a professional one, so you are not. I will not suggest use this in a professional way. If you want to do some demo or what, I don't know. If you want to
David,
do something.
David, I have dropped the DJI website URL in the chats. I mean, you can buy it. I cannot buy them. They might be my annual salary. It's very expensive.
Yes, and please do not. Feel free to blame me if you are going to buy the drone. Ask permission to your partner, your wife, or whoever. So I put the drone behind me. Let me.
You put a lot of effort in this demo.
And it's going to. It should
Do I need
start.
to show the screen? Do I need to show the screen?
Yes,
Screen
please.
share? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay,
So-
then I'll drop it. It will be you.
Perfect. So it's starting the machine learning mode, it's connecting to the drone. So there it is. I should get the drone screen anytime soon. There it is. So that's the drone view. Oh, I don't want to maximize this. I want to put it here. And if I make it fly, which I think it's the keyword, let me remember the keyword. Take off is the T, yes, sure, fly. It's not flying. Why is it not flying? It should fly there. Sorry about that. I will start it one more time. Hey, I have a video of this. This is what's happening in live demos. There it is. Okay, it's not flying. Sorry about that. Don't know why. It's the T. Yes, I don't have the capital. No. Okay, sorry. The last demo is not working, but in this one, what is going to happen is going to fly. I'm going to take the face. It's going to flip and probably hit the wall or something like this.
No, I think there's always demo demons, right? There are always demo demons that chase you in all these technical demos. But I would say, Bruno, that was a great enthusiasm in your all session. I really loved it. There's so much that you did just within 45 minutes. There's IoT, there's ML.NET, and you don't have an SDK. But I think DJI should hire you for doing this session. It was absolutely great. Any final thing, Bruno, you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
No. Thank you very much. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to the people behind the event. I know it's been a super set of days, so I will congratulate you. Thank you, everyone. And hey, have a nice rest of the week for everyone.
All right. Thank you, Bruno. See you soon. Thanks for accepting the invitation. Really appreciate it. See you soon. Tara, bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right. So that's it. The final demo didn't work, but sometimes the demo called is not with us, but never mind. It's time we move to our next session. Next session is by Chris and Sumit. They both are going to talk about benefits of integrating Power Platform and Azure for modernizing legacy application. They both are from IaaS, and Vishwas was here, I think, on day 4. He did give a keynote about it. We also had Prashant on day 5, I believe. He has also recently joined IaaS. And I was also looking, IaaS is almost everywhere. I think IaaS also made it to Satya's keynote some days back. So let's welcome the duo from IaaS.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, no, not yet. Let's do chit chat, then we can get started. I just want to do a couple of minute chit chats before we get started.
Okay, sure.
So welcome Chris and welcome Sumit to Cloud Summit 2021. Where are you both joining us today from?
I'm actually in Southern Florida, the US.
Okay. All right. Sumit, you?
I'm from UK in Bristol.
Wow. Sumit, I don't know if you can see, but today we all three are in sync and we all three are wearing black.
Oh, that's nice. Very cool.
All right, Chris, I won't take much of your time. I'm really excited, looking forward for your session. I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And maybe you'd like to click on that hide pop-up of StreamYard. It says hide on your screen.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, just click on that. And yes, next 45 minutes is all yours. And we'll do chit chat towards the end.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Simon. Hi, everyone. Welcome from whatever time zone you are joining us in, morning, afternoon, or evening. Glad to have you join us. As Simon mentioned, we're from Applied Information Sciences, and we'll do some introductions here in a second. But today we want to look and talk about the benefits of why you might want to consider a lower no-code platform like the Power Platform and a composite solution with Azure, consuming Azure services for modernizing legacy applications. Why is that an approach? Why is Microsoft interested in it? And how can you do it through a specific case study? So some of the things that we'll talk about through today, we'll do some introductions. I'll talk briefly about IaaS as an organization. We'll talk about low-code transformation. Why is it important? Why is it a topic that's going on right now? And how can it affect your modernization? We'll talk through that as well. What are the specific options you have to consider in your modernization journey from your existing applications that you have? And then Sumit will actually talk through all the architecture considerations of the existing application that was there and what is the new architecture with both Power Platform and Azure and how they work together. We'll talk through some of the benefits again, like reiterating why is this important. And then I'll turn it over to Sumit. Will start sharing and he'll talk through a demo of an existing .NET application that's been modernized with Azure and the Power Platform. So Sumit, do you want to give an introduction for yourself real fast?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Sumit. I'm a Power Platform Solution Architect at IaaS. I've been a professional developer for around 15 years. So I started working in Dynamics, which was like precursor to Power Platform, and started working 2008 and been working in that space for that time. At this point in time, I'm working for one of the global insurance firm based out of US and sort of leading the Power Platform journey there. And besides Power Platform, I have a strong emphasis, and I personally like a lot of DevOps and app development. And here is my Twitter and LinkedIn channel if you want to follow me or send me a message about it. Over to you, Chris.
Awesome. And my name is Chris Poteet. I am a solution director. Sumit and I are on a team together, and I am currently the lead for strategy and other types of initiatives for both business applications and modern work at Applied Information Sciences. And I've consulted in the Microsoft ecosystem for almost a decade and a half at this point. Similarly, there are my social and email if you have any questions after this session. Just talk very briefly about Applied Information Sciences. So we've been a long-standing for well over a decade now in the cloud modernization development space as well. A lot of experience across federal, commercial, DoD here in the United States in different industries. And we particularly can do consulting across all kinds of different mediums, wherever your organization is at, whether it's an advisement, an assessment, road mapping, implementation, or the sustainment of your investment as well. So any of those services we do, particularly across the Microsoft ecosystem. And as you can imagine, because of that, we're a long-term partner, have been working with and embedded with Microsoft for a long time, and our preferred partner. And I think, Simon, you mentioned we were in Satya Nadella's keynote specifically for our Power Platform expertise. So that was called out there. So that was a nice thing Satya did for us in that keynote for Inspire. And we push, and the session's thesis here is that we really believe in what the three Microsoft cloud platforms are best done together. I know this conference is specifically focused in predominantly on the Azure pieces, but Azure too, actually, our experience is deepest on IaaS, and Vishwas talked about that. He's been a leader in it, is predominantly been Azure, but the last few years it's grown in the Microsoft 365 space and then Power Platform, which we're going to talk about. So we believe in all three are best served when they work together. All right, so let's talk about some cloud transformation numbers and what is happening in the market that is pushing this emphasis on low code. So in a recent survey that was conducted, Microsoft led a lot of this. A lot of organizations, almost over 2/3 of organizations have an app development backlog of things they want to build, efforts they want to modernize. They've got existing business critical applications that they need to do something with. And a lot of them are on the path of legacy technologies. We're familiar with all of them, whether they exist in something like InfoPath or something more complex, like we're going to talk today about a standalone .NET application. We have these core business processes that are being used, and we need to consolidate them. We need to modernize them. So how do we do that? Low code has been a specific area of interest in the industry broadly, but Microsoft specifically in pushing that forward. And a lot of organizations still use a lot of paper processes to manage a lot of it. So accelerating that transformation is important. And more organizations are pushing into it, into what a low code platform. And since we're in the Microsoft ecosystem for all the talks that are going on now, Power Platform is the one that stands out, and we'll talk about why it's such a great first-party citizen to be married with something like Azure. And then Microsoft has made very strong claims, and I think rightfully so, that they believe a vast majority of app development that will happen, particularly by 2024, so only 3 years from now, will happen in no and low code platforms. And we've seen them in other spaces whether in the past or today for different mediums like web design or app development, whatever they look like. The Power Platform is definitely standing out, particularly for its integration once you get in to the Microsoft ecosystem, and we'll talk about that more in a second. So why specifically would you want to use a low-code approach as opposed to, for example, I'm going to modernize this application, I'm going to lift it into Azure PaaS, and I'm going to do a new React front end, for example? Well, there are lots of different reasons why you may want to consider a low-code approach, particularly for your front end, the UI development. But it doesn't stop there for the low-code part of it that Sumit will show you. One, Microsoft is talking about and embracing fusion teams. If you're not familiar with that terminology, what that basically means is that we can have a wider talent pool because we can have a fusion of what have traditionally been thought of as professional developers with citizen developers to come together. The pro developers make certain services available on the back end, and they can work together. But a lot of the more front end UI pieces can be offloaded to citizen development team using powerful application builders like the Power App Studio, which we'll show here in a little bit. And the reason for that is to reduce the development cost. So when you are not maintaining, for example, if you build an application, and many of you know this on the call, you build an application in React, security vulnerability is found in it, whatever it may be, there's an upgrade needed to the framework. You have to go through that process. You're always continually having to maintain it. That's an overall cost of ownership that goes into it that you don't have as much worry with it when you invest in a low-code platform that sits across sits on top of your other services, particularly in something like Azure. So it reduces the overall costs and needs you have to do development. Power Platform specifically, and I've alluded to this a couple times already, why it's so interesting to people like us who live in the Microsoft ecosystem is its extensive integrations, not just to Azure, but to Microsoft 365 services as well. It's a true first-party citizen. So if you have data somewhere in Azure, you have it somewhere in Microsoft 365, you can get to it, integrated it, write to it, all those types of things inside of the Power Apps platform. And then finally, in effect, what it does is it makes a lot more people Azure developers when they're consuming Azure services. For example, in a Power Apps application built with something that's used like an API that's stored in Azure or building custom connectors, they're essentially digging into Azure and extending your Azure usage as well. So we socialize more. There's more upside and familiarity with more people as they're exposed to Azure as well, not just Power Platform. And it opens that window and makes the barrier to entry a little bit lower. And so the overall thesis is that by lowering costs and risk associated with your deployment, we can accelerate your time to use more Azure services, to socialize it, and then, as I mentioned, increasing your pool of potential developers to work with you on these applications, specifically on the modernization path, which can be very time consuming. Also, many of you are probably familiar with the 4 R's of what modernization options. So I just want to talk that briefly and how what we're talking about fits into that. So a rehost, we can simply lift an existing application, move it into a PaaS environment, with just one area to another. So at least it's off, for example, on-premises architecture. That's not what we're talking about today. Refactoring, where we take little bits and pieces of it, right? Moving it to PaaS to support the platform and to use more advantages that come from it. And then replatforming, so one from another. Let's say I go from AWS to Azure, for example. But today, what we're wanting to talk about is reimagining an application. So we're looking at something that exists in a current state and reimagining it using all new technologies. And although the initial cost is higher for this, the long-term maintainability, which we'll talk about, the experience of doing development, is significantly better. So that's what we want to talk about in this session. So that was my initial kickoff. So Sumit, I'll kick it off to you to talk about the remainder of the slides.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. So basically today I wanted to talk you through the existing legacy architecture, which has been there for a long time. And I think we still have so many legacy applications out there. So traditionally, when you think about the legacy architecture, we used to have like 3 tiered. So a presentation layer basically built up on top of ASP, ASP.NET, JSP, and then we used to have the application tier and SQL Server. Now, the presentation layer itself, it could be built on top of like React, Angular, or your own sort of custom controls and stuff. So it required a lot of high cost just to maintain those things, and any changes to do all to the front end required a lot of efforts. And also it tends to go through that full cycle of dev, test, prod, and basically for doing a simple change, the complexity is pretty high. And then similarly for application tier, we have the business rules wherein we are written some API stuff, or we have few things around you're talking to something and you have to make sure if something changes in the data model, everything should be sustained, and you have to sort of iterate through to make sure the application tier is well up to date. And similarly, talking about the SQL Server, traditionally, it used to be SQL Server on premise, and then on top of it, it is bolted on to the report services, SSRS. And this used to be like a very heavy element in the legacy world to maintain all those SSRS and reporting. And as well as if you have some batch processes and stuff, you have to monitor, make sure things are working, and you also have to think about the limitations. So all in all, the complication and limitations are all around the maintainability of the server. You have to think about like if it is load balanced, if it is updated to the latest security patch from Microsoft, and as well as you have to think about decoupling of the application segment as well, and as well as responsibilities of encryption. So it used to be like a lot of effort are required just alone to keep running those legacy applications. So we wanted to basically talk about one of the legacy architecture, and then as Chris mentioned, is how can we reimagine this in a low-code world. So Chris, if you want to, yeah. So now we have seen the problem statement. Now I want to basically talk through the modernization way in a Power Platform. So in Power Platform, what we generally do is we replace that the presentation layer with the Power Apps portal, which is a low-code front end, which basically has that drag and drop control, which you can quickly make it. And even if you have requirements around custom control, there is this component that Microsoft has introduced called PCF, which basically, if you are with a JavaScript background, you can actually make those reusable components and add it. And for the middle tier, which is like sitting on a database, so we have something called as Microsoft Dataverse, which used to be the CDS in the old world in Dynamics days. So this is actually a cloud native database, which not only holds record about the application, but it also has this inbuilt security. You have so many business rule, and you have so many features built in on top of it that you don't have to actually think about maintaining the SQL itself, because it's built on cloud, and it's pretty high available. And for replacing the business layer is basically here we are reimagining this using Power Automate. So Power Automate again is built on top of Logic App, but it is primarily focused on the citizen dev. So if you're thinking from low code perspective, it's pretty easy for us to write a Power Automate as a business process automation tool, and which can actually bolt on top of Dataverse and could be used. And also if you have like some external API, so what Microsoft has now done is enable custom connectors as well. So you can actually have those things as well bolted on top of Power Automate. So this gives you that rich application layer to do all those things. And then thinking about from like if you have an external data, you can actually use the power of data flows to bring it into Dataverse, or you could also have an option of virtual tables, which I'll talk to you about in demo. What that means basically is you no longer have to replicate the whole thing in yours. So for example, one of the things I'll probably show you later in the demo is if you have an inventory like catalog and like price list and stuff, you no longer have to replicate that. So what Dataverse and Power Platform provides you an ability to virtualize this. What that means is basically you're not actually storing it, but you are referring to it. So any changes is actually done in the master database in the Azure SQL, but then it quickly gets replicated using the virtual table. So that flexibility is there. You also have a tight integration with Azure SQL, like for anything else, if you want to sync with database. So all in all, it provides all the three traditional layering with the Power Platform with very less effort. So this is our crux of the task today, is to talk to you about how we can modernize using the Power Platform. Now, I just wanted to do like a side-by-side comparison, because as I said, if you're thinking about legacy application, again, you can do the same thing using the app service and AKS using PaaS. But I just wanted to talk you through about all these features and sort of highlight what's the differentiation with the low-code, way of doing it. So with PaaS app service, as you guys are more familiar with from Azure side of thing, we have to still maintain the cluster management. So Microsoft does all those patches and security fixes, but we still have to make sure any critical ones are sort of up to date, and any roll up or patches are up to date. And similarly for availability as well, if you have a GTA, like if you have put in like a global traffic manager or something to make sure it is highly available, you still have to do all those extra things. And similarly, there is no sort of out-of-the-box support for class platform or workflow business process. And on top of it, as Chris was mentioning earlier, like if you are using some of these React or Angular, and if there is any vulnerability that has been discovered, and then you probably have to spend a lot of time alone to make sure those are up to date. And there is no sort of native data model that comes from these legacy application. Now, if you turn your attention to the right-hand side on the MPP Dataverse, which is LCAP, which is low-code application platform, which Microsoft calls it to all these technologies, for example, Power Platform or Force.com, they have all these rich capabilities. So, for example, if the cluster management or availability, you don't have to worry about it, because Microsoft, as part of Power Platform, does it for you. So you no longer have to think about it, because they are actually hosted on Azure VM, which is actually clustered and make sure they're highly reliable. You don't have to do load balancing. You don't have to do anything. So all you have to do is just focus on the core work, which is around like, business automation or the low code front end. So again, for cross-platform, traditionally, we have like, if we have things like WPF and stuff, you still have to basically build it, and you have to think about how you're going to spin it up and how do you want to maintain it. But with Power Apps, you get Canvas app, which is which comes as a free as part of Power Platform. And the good thing is it is actually, it can be installed directly on iOS and Android without have to do anything. So all you have to do is basically drag and drop a couple of controls and forms, and then publish it to the Power Apps, and then it becomes natively available. And traditionally, for doing anything in the mobile app in the past, we have to write a lot of Xamarin code, which used to be like another pain. With Power Apps, all these things are actually built for you. So you don't have to spend like 6 months thinking about how do you want to expose that to a mobile or do a lot of testing. It's all done and dusted for you. So that's where the Power Platform shines. And similarly, for workflow business process automation, we have Power Automate. We also have flexibility to add any durable. So for example, if you're doing any sort of like a complex external API stuff, so you can still use custom connector, or if you have some logic which you cannot do using the native Dataverse, you can write an Azure function and connect to it. So all these things comes as part of Power Platform. And last but not the least, it also has a common data model, not to be confused with CDS, which is Common Data Service. What that means is Power Platform has this whole set of canonical model which is available in the platform. For example, think about like a user table, or think about contact, think about account. You no longer have to actually create a table for this. It's all comes part and parcel from the platform. So all you have to do is you just have to use these ones without having to worry about creating it from the scratch. So this is I wanted to cover on the feature parity. And then for today's demo, specifically what I wanted to basically talk about is eShop on web. So eShop on web, I'll shortly show you the GitHub, which is basically one of the architectural pattern that Microsoft has released to showcase how application is done. So what I wanted to do today is talk about how we can modernize eShop on web application using the Power Platform. So in our solutioning, what I wanted to show you today is how we can reimagine this as portal, which is Power Apps portal, as a modern low-code front end, alternative to like custom web portal you built using React and Angular. Then I want to show you basically the database, which is Microsoft Dataverse here, and then show you a little bit around the automation, which is done using the Power Automate. And then if we have some time, then we can talk about Power Apps build tool, which is built for the ALM CI/CD.
Right.
Okay, I think this is on the presentation side. So let me share my screen, and we can actually look into the app first, and then go full blown in the Power App side of things. Okay. Okay, can you see my other screen, Chris?
Yep, I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So basically, this is that GitHub I was talking about. So this is eShop on web, which is actually hosted on .NET architecture, and it has it is pretty latest, and it is considered as like a gold pattern to understand how the layering thing is done using the ASP.NET. So this is the running application. So what I did is actually hosted that in our Azure PaaS, and this is how it is actually looks like. So we have features like you can come in here and sort of look at filtering about, say, if I want to go for .NET, it basically gives you a flexibility of all the catalog related to .NET. And then once you select some of the things, you have an option to add it to the basket. So I will probably let it run for some time. Yes. So again, you do this and you can update a quantity and a checkout. So this is actually basically a feature that is there in eShop on web. So now what I will do is I'll probably show you how we can do the same thing using the Power Platform. So this is the second screen that you see now. If you compare this and this is almost similar. Like, while I was doing this for demo, it took me like almost like 2 to 3 days. But even if you have to productionize this, it won't take more than 3 weeks or 4 weeks to spin it up. And I'm talking about productionizing, not even prototyping. So it's quite easy for us to reimagine using the low-code front end. So this is done on the Power Apps portal. Again, you have similar set of features. In fact, you can go here and search for all types. You can go drill down and again go for shirt. So it has all those things, and then you can even add to the basket. Basically, what it will do is it will add it to the basket as well. And then if you go to my cart, it will actually go and show you that this particular thing has been added here. And then if you go and do a checkout, what will happen is it will do its thing in the background, like it will interact with Dataverse and it will add it to the basket and create an order for you. So all these things is done using the low-code front end, and it will say that order has been created. We are also sending an email to the customer to say that your order has been done. And then if you go to my order, you actually see what has been ordered as part of this. So this is from the application side. This is how it looks like. It also provides you an admin area that you can see. So I can actually go in here and start, again, this page is not the right one, but you can come in here and start editing as well. So it also provides the profile as well, which should come shortly. Okay. Never mind, I'll come back to it once it is loaded. I'll probably now go and deep dive into Power Apps portal itself. So behind the scene, when we have to to reimagine this using Power Platform. So as I was saying in the beginning, that we will have different components doing different things. So the first and foremost, as you can see here, is called eShop on Web. So this is actually our portal. And then we have eShop admin app, which is basically an admin app for managing all the catalog as well as looking at the customer orders. And then we have this portal management app, which basically is an app created from Microsoft to manage day to day. Like, for example, if you have to add new page to the portal, or if you have to change anything on the fly, you can do that. So this is how it can be built. Now, let me show you first and foremost is around the authentication side, which is actually quite biggie. So traditionally, if you have to, modernize any legacy application, if you have to do any authentication, like traditionally, with legacy app, it's always form auth. And even if for the newer one, if you have to change it to Azure AD B2C or Azure AD, we have to do a lot of plumbing. Like, we have to write that MSIL and all those libraries to make sure it is integrated. With Power Apps Portal as a low-code front end, it actually comes free. As in, there is a feature there, you can just come in. It is more of like, enabling it. So in this case, I've enabled that for Azure Active Directory, but I can extend that with Azure Active B2C. What that means is basically anybody coming with like Gmail or Hotmail or any ID or their company ID will probably, understand that as part of login. And this is pretty easy for us on a Power Apps portal to configure and do it. So that's one of the cool advantages of using a low-code front end like portal. So that is the first thing I wanted to show you today. Second thing I wanted to show you is if I go to that portal management app, which is an admin app for portal of how the pages are built. So in the first screen, when I show you the home page, so this is how it looks, in the code behind for that. So basically, again, it is showing that this is the home page and this is the starter portal, and there's a localized content for that. Now here, if you can, cast your eye here. So what it has is basically two components. One is the HTML part of it. So if I have to build, in my case, like list of catalog, all I have to do is to use something called as fetch, which is a query language in the Power Platform Dataverse, which basically it's querying, and no, you don't even have to write code for that. You can actually, I can show you like a snippet of like, if you go to an advanced editor here, which is like a query engine. And if you are if you have to display the catalog and stuff, so all you have to do is just search for that catalog and basically do results, which will basically show what the results are. And then you do the download fetch XML. So it will give you the query language by default. And all you have to do is come here in that page and you basically have to copy paste. And then, if you have to just, put some more stringent criteria, like you want to just pick up the active one, you can modify this on the fly. And then using the repeater, on the HTML, you can build this particular front end very quickly without even have to, writing like complex React or, Knockout or Angular. So it's quite easy for us to churn this. And also, it also provides a very nice split of putting a JavaScript. So if I put you to the advanced side of things, like suppose sometime what happens is you have to call some API. So for example, if I'm fetching all the catalog, you want to make sure that, some additional validation or things has to be, done. So you can come in here and you can basically, if you have to once you display it and you click a button to say like add to cart. Now what should happen behind the scene is something has to be added to the basket and basket item. So you can actually call this using the native, and these calls are actually an API, web API called directly to Dataverse. So again, you don't have to build these things. You just have to basically compose a message. You have to pass the parameter, and all it does is behind the scene, it is actually adding the basket and basket item. So it's quite easy. You don't have to think about, you have to write a code for web API. Don't have to write code for the React and stuff. You just have to reuse what is available from the platform and then build this space. And this is all about the web page for the home. Similarly, you can do things for your order as well. But I wanted to show you another thing. So in our whole portal, we have, like once it shows, so we have like my orders page, my cart, and my profile page, which is basically, what the profile of that person is. So there are multiple ways of surfacing the information back on the portal. So one way I was showing you is you can come in here and you can do an HTML, and then you have some JavaScript behind the scenes for any server side code. But if you just have to surface the profile information, so that actually you don't have to build it from scratch. You already have a contact entity which comes as part of the CDM, and then you have basically a screen for what is available. So for example, a contact that gets displayed on portal has by default these fields, and if you have to say extend that to include any new field, all you have to do is come in here, and maybe I'll show you from the beginning, which might be a little bit easy. So again, this is the database behind the scene. So I'm coming to a solution. I'm finding the common data model, which is contact, and I'm going to the form. There's a separate form specifically for the portal, which is called profile web form. And this displays what you see on the portal. Now, if you have to extend that, so all you have to do is come in here and you can just say form field, and then it will basically ask you, do you want to create a new column to display on the portal, or do you want to basically use an existing one? So in this case, if I want to like say come in here and maybe want to display a birthday for that, so all you have to do is just put a drag and drop, and that's it. And all you have to do is save and then do publish. So what happens with that is basically now the profile information that is displayed on the portal will now include this birthday information as well. So this is how easy it is to use the low-code front end to basically extend any new field. And that would be basically available when we come in next time and sort of refresh the portal, that particular field is available. So this is about the portal side of thing, which is a low-code front end to build all these things pretty easily. Now, I'll shift my attention to the middle tier, which is basically one thing is the database, which I've shown you. Maybe I'll probably show you again. So what happens is in Power Platform, when we have to do any customization, we first have to create a solution, which is a container for everything. For example, it includes like say in this case, it is eShop solution. So you can actually containerize every component that you are using. So for example, you could have Canvas app, model-driven app, you could have Cloudflow and desktop flow. So you can actually containerize everything, and then you could use the CI/CD pipeline, as I was showing you earlier, to basically pack it up and then deploy it to the target environment. But again, I wanted to show you more about how easy it is to basically visualize what customization have been done. So again, I gave you an example of the profile page, which is there in the a contact. Similarly, you can do for order as well. So you can come in here and again look at the form factor of what it is. You also have few things like business rule. Now imagine inside a different front end, you don't have these tools from the platform. But on the Power Platform, like suppose if you want to trigger some business rule, which is an equivalent of a JavaScript, you can do this within the table itself, and you can add it here. And what you see is you will basically give you that things like what you want to basically do. So you can add things like if an entity status equals to active in an inactive, and then if you want to do something, then you can come in here and add, like say I want to lock the page, I want to set the field, I want to say visibility as left, I want to make things disabled. So all these things are available directly from the platform, which would be respected not just on the front end but also on the back end app. So that's where the Power Platform shines, is because it gives you all those flexibility to extend the customization and using the low code editor. Things like business rule or the cloud native is not available in the past, so you all have to do it from scratch. So in this case, all these things are available for you. So this is what I wanted to show you on the application side, what sort of support is there. And then lastly, if I want to show you about the automation stuff, so again, going back to the solution, which is our container. So again, here, if you filter by the cloud flow, which is the Power Automate. So again, what we are doing on the back of it is we are like, say, once you create something in basket, if you want to do something again, this is very similar to Logic app, but you don't actually have to do a lot of plumbing here. It's basically available for you to basically use it just by invoking and sort of selecting like what's the trigger action. Like suppose one thing's added, modified, or delete. I want to get row by ID. I want to update a row. So all this business logic and automation, you can do this. And the beauty of this is it connects natively to all the connectors. So again, here, if I show you this, it's actually connecting to Dataverse, which is just one connector. It can connect to anything. It can connect to SharePoint. It can connect to Twitter. It can connect to Facebook. And even if it doesn't connect, the platform gives you that flexibility of adding a custom connector, and then you could have a custom connector which connects to like something which is not available from Microsoft. Or even if you don't have, you can also call a durable function directly right from this flow, which is pretty good and amazing. All you have to do is just expose it, and you can use the power of APIM, put it a security behind it, and you can call it directly from the platform. You can directly call from Power Automate. So this is around that. And the last thing I wanted to show you is basically the model-driven app, which Chris was mentioning. So this is like like in eShop on web, there's a companion app like WPF, which basically admin uses to maintain all the catalog and any catalog brand and type. So this again is pretty easy to build it right from scratch. Like once you have defined your data and you have defined your data model, all you have to do is drag and drop, create this form, and build this thing from scratch. So it also records all the things like order and order item. And again, you don't have to define things like like have a SQL server and define create table and add column. You don't have to do that. You just have to go to that maker experience which I was showing you earlier, create a brand new table, and add a field and expose it to the form. And if you have to expose it to the portal, you have two ways. One is you can have either a, like in case of contact, there was this so maybe in case of contact, I can show you that. So default solution, and let's go and find contact, which is, don't have to do that. So if I again go and search by table, and if I find basically contact here again. So again, as I was saying, that contact again is one of comes as part of CDM, and it has basically a particular form for portal called profile web form. So you expose brand new field and gets exposed to the portal. So this is I have to show on this. There was one more interesting piece, which is the Azure SQL, which I was talking to you earlier. So I hope I'm sort of keeping on time, but I'm pretty excited to show this because this is the last piece of puzzle, which is quite interesting, and it might intrigue people coming from Azure world. So in this case, like eShop on web, all these catalog and the brand and everything, it can be mastered into an independent, like say Azure SQL. In this case, we have like eShop on web. And if we have like a catalog table here, and then if we have things like, a price and things defined, and if somebody makes a modification, like makes it to 20.50 and say, save the thing. So what will happen now is, you don't have to actually sort of master that in the Dataverse, because we are using a power of virtual table. What it does is basically replicate this information right within the catalog table. So you don't have to actually come and see. So whatever we modified here, you can see that it automatically reflects. So that's the power of Dataverse. It's like you can not only define custom table and columns, but you can also bring in from an external data source and still use the power of like things like Azure SQL or Azure Function or Cosmos DB to do all this modernization. So this is it from the demo side. I think probably get back to you, Simon.
That was great. I mean, I was looking at it from behind the scene. I stayed all 45 minutes to look at that session. And I have both the websites up and running. The first one is eShop on Azure website. The other one is on Power Apps portal. They both look very similar. Unless if someone has not seen the other one, they won't be able to recognize what is the difference, or if there's any new website that you guys have built. And I also really liked we talked about the authentication, right? You don't have to hustle around all that thing. Authentication is something people really struggle to do it. Here's my quick question. The challenge that I find with Power Platform, that it doesn't look very appealing, right? To me, in the field of living, we work about UX, we work about UI. How is there no way we can work on that part?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, Simon? What can work on what part?
I mean, when I look at Power Platform, right, I don't find it very appealing, the UI and UX, right? It reminds me of the very old website I would have back in 2005 or 6, right? Is there no way we can change that?
Oh, yeah. So for the purpose of this demo, we are replicating it, the UI itself, but absolutely. So you get complete control over typography, layout, whether it's responsive or not. You can reimagine the entire interface, and a lot of the work that we do are specifically reimagining. Like, for example, a lot of projects we have moving out of legacy applications built like InfoPath. We're not rebuilding InfoPath UIs, right, in the Power Platform. They're reimagined. They're paired with UX architects, so you have complete control, particularly on the Canvas end and the portal end. It's a little more locked in the model-driven app, like Sumit was showing, but on the portal end, you have complete flexibility to do with it what you want.
And just to add, Chris, on that, Simon, this was actually put together by me in a week's time. So excuse me if the UI UX doesn't look like. So what I wanted to tell you is the portal, you have like full complete control. It is actually built on top of Bootstrap. So you have the full capability to bring in your own theme. You can put your CSS, you can go crazy there. You can do Kendo, you can do, talk about custom controls, the portal side, you have like full flexibility. But the other website, which I've shown you as a model-driven app, which is an admin app, there you actually are restricted. So there, Microsoft has a standard theme because this is primarily targeted to the backend users who basically don't care about how. And what Chris is mentioning about, there's another element which we didn't show in the demo. It is called Canvas app. And if you read about Canvas app, maybe you can put something on the link there. It's all about the UI. Like if you look at the Microsoft story, like how Virgin Airlines or Heathrow, they actually, if you look at their the mobile app, it looks so slick. Imagine, I remember back in 2007, 2008, I was coding Xamarin, and I remember it was so difficult to get all those controls out. With Canvas app, as Chris was mentioning, and he's actually a UX architect, so he can tell more about that. It's how easy it is to do. It's all about what you see, what you get. But in the demo, is actually not doing justice to UI UX. I just wanted to tell you that.
Okay, that makes sense. So Sumit and Chris, we also hosted a 5 days Power Platform virtual conference in the first quarter of this year, and there were like around 40-50 speakers. Here's a quick question it's not a quick question, it's a question from my end, right? So for all these conferences, we use Sessionize. That's a platform that we use for call for speakers, right? And that is pretty expensive, to be honest, right? It's very expensive, and they do give community license, but I find it very expensive. If you are organizing a very small event of 1 day, you'll have to have very challenge paying that amount, especially when if it's free. So is there a way we can build something like that using Power Platform? Chris may know about Sessionize, and any one of you can answer. Where different people can sign in, they can have their own profile, own dashboard.
Actually, to tell you that, I mean, you won't believe, I will probably send a link there. There's actually a full community called Power Platform Saturdays, and it actually happens every Saturday, where people are actually talking about technology, and it is built on top of Portal itself. So I'll probably put a link there somewhere. I don't have it handy. But this week, I'm actually attending one of the Power Portal seminar, and everybody from around the world. I think what the problem I feel is people who are in this space, they already know about it. But people who are from Azure side of things, they probably think that this is an alien thing and they probably haven't heard about it and where to get access to. So it's just more about we are not familiar with it, but it is happening. And not just that. I mean, Microsoft, what it has done is, like suppose in India, like we have a lot of user group itself in big cities like Bombay, Delhi, and everywhere. And even in US, like every city has its own user group, and they organize all those things. They don't use Sessionize as a platform. They have their own platform to do things. But I think for a wider audience, we probably want to put those links out there so whoever is listening today, they can actually go and register themselves and learn more about Power Platform.
That would be great. Sumit and Chris, I'll definitely go ahead and try this Power Platform. I have got a Microsoft 365 free license for 90 days. I just did it while you were giving the session because I'm not a very seasoned developer. I just graduated some time back, and I see people moving a lot more towards this RPA, low code, no code. People are moving over there, and I see your company is doing really great. And I also check your jobs portal, to be honest. Go ahead and apply. You guys are hiring always. So here's my final plug, right? If this is low code, no code, right? If someone is willing to move into this field, right, this Power Platform, what are the skills that one should have? I mean, one should have a very good developer background, or how would you judge when you are hiring anyone?
That's a good question. So you can come and get into this field and we have hired people that come out of citizen dev backgrounds. They aren't prime. They come in other fields like logistics or marketing or whatever, and they start playing with it in their organizations. And over time, we have rock star, now bordering on serious developers coming out of that. I hear those kinds of stories a lot with the Power Platforms. That's happening. But you can also, like Sumit, come from a pro dev background, C#, all of it, and you can come and extend these things to your heart's content. So I don't think there's one particular path that says you have to come in some different ways. And especially with Microsoft, I mentioned briefly about building fusion teams. So people can come like Simon, like yourself, who is a citizen dev, who wants to do work in the maker like you saw, but you can work with Sumit, who knows data modeling like the back of his hand and knows C# and all this, and you can work together and build these composite applications. So I don't think there's one story. At AIS, we have people who have all kinds of different backgrounds and come into it. But I mean, like anything that you get into any kind of development, if you know the principles of design, of data modeling, all that kind of thing, it's going to serve you well. And that's true in the Power Platform too. But there is no one specific set journey. Come here.
Thanks for that answer, Chris, and thanks for the link, Sumit. I've definitely I've seen some of their Power Portals, social medias, right? And definitely try to build something around Sessionize using this Power Platform. I think my manager would be very happy if I can save all those bugs around these events.
Hey, Simon, real quick, Sandeep, I saw had a question. So Sumit, we have like a minute left, so 30 seconds. He asked, can Microsoft Dataverse store SharePoint online data from lists and libraries, or do we need to make direct connection from Power Apps to SPL? You want to handle that, Sumit?
So I think Dataverse can store online data from list and library, but what you have to do is you have to make a direct connection, basically, to transfer that. Again, depending on how big transfer you're talking about, there are certain ways. For example, you can use a Power Automate to basically transfer it as direct, connector to that. If the load is pretty high, like suppose, one of the apps we did was, we had like a lot of data churning out in SharePoint. So you might have to switch gears and look at data flows as well, which again comes as part of the Power Platform to transfer things between those.
Yeah, but so as everything Sumit said, but it's a first party citizen, you can connect and manipulate it. And we do work with enterprises that do it all day long, create Canvas apps connected to SharePoint. So it's a common use case.
All right, Chris and Sumit, that was great. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. We really loved hosting you. As always, we do many events around the year. So we love to host you in other events. And thank you. It was a great session and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right, so I think we should definitely go ahead and check out Power Platform now. I think this is the very right time to do it. And it's time we go ahead and move to our next session. That's by Hamida She's going to talk about deploy an application for AKS. And without any further ado, let's bring her in. Hi, Hamida. Welcome back to Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for inviting me again.
I'm really happy to host you once again. I saw this schedule today. I was like, yay, Hamida is back. And I'm really happy to see you once again. Hamida, I know I'm already 3 minutes in your session, so please feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then we can get started.
Okay.
I see your screen. I have added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. It's okay?
Yeah, good to start.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Hello, I am Hamida Rebai. I will present today a session about deploying an application for Azure Kubernetes services. So, who I am? So I am a Microsoft MVP in developer technologies. I am Microsoft certified trainer. I am software architect and the cloud expert. I am a member and a speaker in .NET Foundation. If you want to follow me, this is my Twitter. After the session, you can ask me any questions about the session after by email or by LinkedIn. So our agenda today, so we will start in the beginning by defining Kubernetes. We will see the difference between it and between Docker. Next, we will present Azure Kubernetes Service, and we will follow our demo after. In our demo, we will start by creating a Kubernetes application in Visual Studio 2019, but you can use the last version of Visual Studio 2022 in preview mode. It includes all the template that we will use today. After, we will deploy it on Azure Container Registry. Next, we will create our Azure Kubernetes Service cluster using Azure CLI, and we will use the simple way with the Azure portal. We will see how we deploy an AKS cluster and run our application using Azure CLI too. We will use another approach to deploy our cluster using an ARM template or using Azure DevOps Starter, where we will ensure the continuous integration and delivery integration. And in the end, we will show how we can use the bridge to Kubernetes to debug our application in using Visual Studio. We will start by presenting Kubernetes. What is Kubernetes for people who don't know? It's an open source container orchestration platform that enables the operation of an elastic web server framework for cloud applications. Kubernetes can support data center outsourcing to public cloud service providers or can be used for web hosting at scale. Websites and mobile applications with complex custom code can be deployed using Kubernetes on commodity hardware to lower the costs on web server provisioning with public cloud hosts and to optimize software development processes. So, as we said before, Kubernetes is an open source container orchestration platform, but Docker is the main container virtualization standard used with Kubernetes. So, we have containers, and to orchestrate our containers, we use Kubernetes. Other elastic web server orchestrating systems are Docker Swarm, that we can use it with Docker, similar to Kubernetes, Core OS, Tectonic, and Mesosphere. Antel has a competition container standard with Keita, and there are several Linux container versions too. Docker has the largest share of the container virtualization marketplace for software products. So Docker is a software development company that specializes in container virtualization, and it's used for the most of company, whereas Kubernetes is an open source project supported by a community of coders that includes professional programmers from all of the major IT companies. And we will see how we can orchestrate our containers. And we have here the Docker architecture. Azure Kubernetes Service simplifies deploying a managed Kubernetes cluster in Azure by offloading the operational overhead to Azure. As a hosted Kubernetes service, Azure handles critical tasks like health monitoring and maintenance. Since Kubernetes masters are managed by Azure, you only manage and maintain the agent nodes, and AKS is free. You only pay for the agent nodes within your cluster, not for the masters. Azure Kubernetes Service include many features related to security, access, and monitoring. For improved security and management, AKS lets you integrate with Azure Active Directory to use Kubernetes role-based access control. Here we talk about Kubernetes RBAC. Monitor the health of your cluster and research. To limit access to cluster research, AKS supports Kubernetes RBAC, Kubernetes control, access, and permission to Kubernetes research and namespaces. You can configure an AKS cluster to integrate with the Azure Active Directory. So with Azure Active Directory integration, you can set up Kubernetes access based on existing identity and group membership. Your existing Azure Active Directory users and groups can be provided with an integrated sign-on experience and access to AKS researches. So we have integrated logging and monitoring, Azure Monitor that is inside the Azure platform. For containers, health collects memory and processor performance metric for containers, nodes, and controllers within your Azure Kubernetes service cluster and deployed application. So you can review both container logs and the Kubernetes master logs, which are stored in an Azure Log Analytics workspace and available through the Azure portal or Azure CLI or REST endpoints. So it depends from your needs to get all these statistics for monitorings. More functionalities and features related to cluster and nodes. So AKS nodes run on Azure virtual machines, and AKS provides support for Kubernetes cluster running multiple node pools. With a change in demand for research, the number of cluster nodes or pods running service can be scaled accordingly. To run your application and supporting services, you need a Kubernetes node. So an AKS cluster has at least one node when you create your first cluster, and Azure virtual machine that run the Kubernetes node components and a container runtime is that we have when we create our first cluster. We have another features related to development tools and integration. So in the next important concern in Azure Kubernetes Service in development tooling integration. So we can find a wide ecosystem having development and management tools such as Draft and Helm. The seamless functionings of these tools with AKS is a prolific reason to consider using AKS. Azure provides several tools that can help streamline Kubernetes, such as DevOps Starter. DevOps Starters provide a simple solution for bringing existing code and Git repositories into Azure. So DevOps Starters will create a research as AKS, will configure a release pipeline in Azure DevOps services that include a build pipeline for continuous integration. It will set up a release pipeline for continuous delivery and generate an Azure application insight research for monitoring. So why we need to use AKS? AKS is ideal for easy migration of your existing application if you are moving to the cloud. So it will be run on container using an orchestrator such as AKS. It's really an ideal solution for simplifying the deployment and management of application based on microservices. AKS is also a reliable instrument for bringing DevOps and Kubernetes together. And it's ideal for secure DevOps implementation with Kubernetes and improves the speed and security of the development processes. We have a constant monitoring can also help in accelerating the feedback loop if we have many applications to manage using AKS. So Azure pipelines can help in faster delivery alongside compliance with critical policies specified by Azure. Azure Kubernetes servers is also applied in many other use cases and in many use. For example, we can find some application for domains for IoT device development and management. Now we will try to present our prerequisites before starting our demo. To be able to test the demo presented today, we need Azure account first. So you should be able to create a container instance or registry and Azure Kubernetes Service cluster. We also need to have Docker Community Edition installed in our machine. And we will use Bash environment using Azure Cloud Shell. We need to have Visual Studio 2019 or the last version. Now we will start now. So I recorded all the demo to be able to see many use cases. And we will start by creating our Kubernetes application using Visual Studio 2019. As I said before, we can use the last version. So we have created a new application when we launch Visual Studio. We will try to search for templates. We will write Kubernetes. And we will get our template dedicated to create a container application for Kubernetes. So we will have many files. So I will give a name to the project. We will see that after. We can define the location here. We have many applications. We will start by the framework. We can use the 5, and we have already 6, the new framework, if you have the last version of Visual Studio. And we will try to choose our project, ASP.NET Core, Web API, MVP, MVC. So we will choose the first one here for Web API. And we click on Create. We will not configure HTTPS or any runtime. And here we can find the YAML file. It's the file that we will use today for configuration, and Docker file to be able to deploy our containers. As you can see here, we have the presentation parts. Now we will deploy this application on Azure Container Registry. So we need to deploy it as a container before creating our cluster. Here I will choose Publish. It's really easy to use Visual Studio to publish our application. It's a nice feature in Visual Studio. So here we can publish to Azure, to Docker Hub. So we have many places where we can publish our application. So we just select Azure. We will create our Azure Container Registry. If we don't have ready Azure Container Registry ready created, you can create it using these features in Visual Studio, or we only just selected here. So we give a name, we select the subscription. So we fill everything needed to be able to create our Azure Container Registry, and we click after finish. Few seconds, and our application will be deployed on Azure Container Registry. So I will click Publish to be sure that our application is published, and we will verify that after in Azure Portal here. We will open Azure Portal. I will try to check our research, and we can find the last one here. AKS project container. As you can see, our container is created. And we have all the servers here. We will check our depot. We will see if we have the last version here. And now we will create our IKS cluster using Azure CLI. We will start by Azure CLI. To create our AKS, we will use AZ AKS. Create is the keyword here. We will define the research group, the name of our cluster, the number of nodes. We need to add generate SSH keys to be able to connect to our cluster, and we will attach our cluster to the container that we already created. So we give only the name of our case. We will see that. I will just add that here in Cloud Shell. As you can see here, we have all information needed to create our cluster. And this is the name of our cluster, our containers that we will attach it to the cluster. So the first thing to do is to create our container. After, we will create the cluster. Now I will see a research group here to verify if our cluster is created. It takes few seconds to be created. And as you can see here, now we will create our Azure cluster, but now using Azure Portal. Before we use it, Azure CLI. We click on Create a Research, really simple. Here we can find Kubernetes service. We click on Create. We fill all the information needed here. I will select the same research group. I give a name. We select the region. We define availability zone. We can select the Kubernetes version. As you can see, we have always the last version here. We can define the number of nodes here. By default, we find 3, but we can increase or decrease it. Now in integration tabs, we will select the container registry that we will attach it to the cluster. After we clicked on Create, Review and Create, and Create. The creation of the cluster can take a few seconds too. It's really quickly, but it depends from the plan chosen and your application after. But it takes few seconds, not minutes. As you can see here, the deployment is complete. We will go to the research, and we can find our cluster. Here we will see the node pools. We have one pool, but we can add more. Here we can scale, but so we will see that after and in overview. Now we will deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster, and we will run an application using the Azure CLI. So we'll use the same application that we created before. And to do that, we will open Cloud Shell, my dashboard in Microsoft Azure to be able to connect to our cluster. Next, we will use AZ account set subscription here. We will find all information in the portal. We click on Connect here, and we will get all the information needed to connect to our cluster. So we will find even credential tools and all commands. We can just copy and paste these comments on in Cloud Shell. The second part is to be able to create an empty file called Azure Demo Deployment YAML. We will copy this content in the file that we will created. So we have the first API version, the deployment, the name of our deployments, the application here, the place where we have the pod, one replica, the pod, and here we will define our containers. So here we have the link of the last version of our containers and container ports. It's usually 80. After we will run the application and deploy it in the cluster using the kubectl apply commands, we will specify the name of our YAML manifest. This is an example, kubectl apply, and the name of my file. We will use kubectl get deployment to verify if the deployment is created or not after. And when the application runs, we can have, if you have you have a UI application, so we need to use kubectl get service to be able to see the deployment of our user interface. So we use watch as an argument with the get service in this case. Now we'll start by get all information needed to connect to our cluster, and I'm already connected here. Now I will create a YAML file. So we use vi. I will copy this content that we already presented before. So we have the name, the app here, the pods, one replica, and the container part. It's really simple. We can find many examples. And to get the link of the latest version of our container here, we go to here, the same name, and this link, we can find it here in repositories or depot, AKS project links, and here I just copy this link. We will use that. We can have more than version, so we select the version needed to be deployed. And we keep container port 80 to be able to access to this cluster. So I will add this one to the file. I will save this file, WQ. And we will use kubectl apply, and I will add the name here, our name of the file YAML, to deploy my cluster, my application in this cluster. As you can see, the deployment is created. I will try to check that using get deployments, and it's ready, as you can see here. Now, I will try to see if we have service, but in our case, it's only web API, so we don't have any application, web application. Now we will deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster using an ARM template that we can find online in Azure documentation. So the ARM template is a JSON file that defines the infrastructure and configuration of your projects. The template uses declarative syntax, and in this declarative syntax, you can describe your intended deployment without writing the sequence of programming commands to create the deployment. So it's you will really use it for any creation of your AKS. We can find the link of some samples here. So we click on the link, and we will see the first sample in the Azure documentation. So here, as you can see, we need to fill some information needed to create our cluster using the template that we already selected. Here the link of we can browse more and on GitHub here you can find more. It depends from your need, from your case, from the application used. Here we have 3 files that we can use it. As you can see, it's JSON file that include many features needed to create our cluster. So we will try to select the research group. The region, Canada Center, for example. Here we need to create SSH public key to be able to secure our cluster. So I will try to do that. To do that, we will access to Cloud Shell to generate this key, this public key, and we will copy this public key to our cluster. So we will use SSH keygen. As you can see here, we give a name to the file. It's really important to do that always with the creation of your cluster to be able to secure them. So here I will check the file here. I will use cat here. I will copy that. We can use another tool to generate your public key too. But save this key for using that after. Here I give a name to, I give the username administration. So it's on Linux. And we will verify here. As you can see, we have some missing information. Here we have the DNS. We need to define the DNS prefix. So we give a name, the same name for our DNS. And after we click on create. And our cluster will be created. Now we will deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster using now Azure DevOps Starter. Here in Azure, we will check, we click on create or research. DevOps Starter, we check this service in Azure. We click on create. Here, as you can see, we can select the framework. We can use .NET, we can use any framework. We can select Azure DevOps or GitHub. It depends from your needs. Here we have many platforms, but we will bring our code in our case because we have already an application. But if you want to start from the beginning, new application, you can use DevOps Starter and you select the application framework and you can add a database. Here we can find the Azure service that we can deploy it. As you can see here, we have many templates that we already have in Visual Studio, like Kubernetes and more. Now we'll debug our application using bridge to Kubernetes. We find this in Visual Studio. In Visual Studio and mod debug, here we try to launch our application, but we are not able to debug our application if you have any problems related to Kubernetes. We will debug only problems related to application. So we find here bridge to Kubernetes that we can configure it to see if we have any problem in our cluster. Here in properties, we select the properties. We will select debug here, and we can configure the profile and our cluster here. So we will add profile. It can be a local configuration or from Azure configuration. So we can use our Azure Kubernetes cluster to be able to debug it if you have any problems. And we finish our demo by debugging our cluster. I come back to the presentation now. So if you need any references, we have a large documentation of Azure Kubernetes services related to Kubernetes. You can find more detail and more demo. You can follow me on my blog, Medium blog. I have many articles related to deploying and using of AKS. You can find in LinkedIn Learning a course related to the use of Azure Kubernetes service, the security, and every details. And if you have any questions, we just finished. So you can follow me on Twitter. If you have any questions, you can send me an email or LinkedIn. And now we have the time, I think, to ask. We have 10 minutes, I guess.
All right, Hamida, that was great. We don't have any questions, but to be honest, that was a very high level session for me. It went over my head. I'm not very seasoned developer, so still, thank you so much. Anything you want to plug in before we move to the next session? Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session? We don't have any questions in the comments.
No questions. Okay. So it was really quickly. I tried to show you all just some demo, but you can find more details about that. And thank you for the session, for following.
All right, thank you, Hamida. I really appreciate it. I know it's the final day, so I think even people are a little lazy to ask the questions, but never mind. We'd love to host you back. And yeah, have a nice day ahead and see you soon. Ta-ra.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. That was the session by Hamida deploying in an application for AKS. What's next? The summit is going to end very soon. It was in 11 days of Cloud Summit, and it took us 5 months. I mean, we do a lot of conferences, right? I think we are committed to do 21 conferences in 2021, and we stream 8 days in a week. I say we stream 8 days in a week. We also stream on Learn TV, Channel 9, Microsoft Developers YouTube channel. So there's a lot of events that we do throughout the year. And coming up, we have a blockchain virtual conference that is scheduled for November. And we also have a .NET virtual conference coming on that's scheduled for the .NET virtual conference scheduled for the month of December. So definitely go and check them out. But where you're going to check them out, it's on it's a website that will really help everyone to stay updated. So visit globaltechconferences.com. This is the website where we post all our upcoming and past conferences. We are committed to do 21 conferences in 2021. We did 20 conferences in 2020. And yeah, that's how we do it. It says it's so much interesting stuff. The summit is so big and my head is so small. Dimitri, this also reminds me that the other day we couldn't play the Stratis Unity SDK session, but I did play the recorded session today in the morning in the first half. It was the session number 3. I did play that. I know you were really willing to go ahead and watch that session around Stratis and Unity SDK. So Stratis, Unity SDK, NFTs and all, right? So I played it around 7:20 a.m. Eastern time. And that's when I played it. It was the third session of the day. Only for 22 or 25 minutes session it was. But yeah, definitely go ahead and check it out. It's the part 1 of day 11. Having said that, we are running a little fast right now. So, and I think we also have our next speaker behind the scenes. So I think it's time we get started. But before that, let's play a quick commercial, and I'll be back.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
Wait, I am back. So Bhaskar says this is indeed an ocean of knowledge. Having said that, go ahead. It's time to invite our next speaker, Kevin Griffin. I hosted Kevin Griffin long time back. It's almost like 1.5 years back. I hosted him, and I'm really happy to go ahead and host him once again. He's one of the guests when we started all this live thing. So it's very kind of him that he accepted the invitation. Then Kevin Griffin is a Microsoft MVP and owner of SwiftKick. And in today's session, he's going to talk about crazy web performances with Azure Static Web Apps. So let's go ahead and bring him in. Hi, Kevin. Cloud Summit 2021. How
are you doing?
been?
It's been such a long time since I've hung out with this crowd.
Yeah, I have been following you on Twitter. Looks like people really love your courses, isn't it?
I know. It's I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up in the morning. My phone has exploded with notifications. There's just so much love in this community. I can't stand it so much.
That's great, Kevin. I'm really happy to meet you after so long. And your topic is very interesting. Azure Static Web Apps. We've had some sessions around it, and I see people really taking interest in Azure Static Web Apps. And you're talking about crazy web performance. I feel Azure Static Web App is anyway so powerful, right? But and you're saying that, hey, there's some crazy web performance. So I'm really excited. I know we are running 10-minute fast, but never mind. .NET Dave says, hi, Kevin.
Hey, Dave.
All right, Kevin, I think we have some old friends in the comments. I'm going to add your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it, and next 45 minutes is all yours.
All righty. Well, thank you, Simon. I appreciate it so much. Hello, everyone out there in the Cloud Summit 2021 community, C# Corner community. I am so happy to be with you here today. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Kevin. The video was just slightly off. I'm now a 12-time Microsoft MVP. My focus primarily is building line of business web applications with Microsoft ASP.NET Core, deploying to Microsoft Azure, and really just anything to web development. So I am really pumped for this session because it scratched an itch that I had as a developer. And I'm hoping I can kind of show you the wow moments I had the first time I saw Azure Static Web Apps. If you ever like to chat with me afterwards, and I just realized I'm wearing the exact same shirt as my avatar over there, that's a coincidence. I swear, I did not plan it that way. I am very active on Twitter at @OneKevGriff. I'm also frequent on Twitch and YouTube, which everything's over there on the right-hand side of the screen. I would love to chat with you afterwards if you have any questions about anything that I talk about here. And I'm sure we'll have some time for Q&A as we go. All right. I'm also the author of Signal Alarm Mastery. So I do a lot with ASP.NET Core. I love real-time web development. And I really wanted to be able to share some of that knowledge with you, the global community. So Signal Alarm Mastery is kind of my way to teach you everything you need to know about building real-time web applications on .NET. So give it a look whenever you have time. I would really appreciate it. But you're here to talk about really crazy web performance with Azure Static Web Apps. And this is one of my few talks that I just don't have any slides for. You saw all the slides. This is the last slide. Everything that we talk about today is going to be live. It's going to be from the seat of my pants. That can go really, really right. That can go really, really wrong. But you're here with me. So let's go ahead and, yeah, let's turn off the slides. Let's jump into some code. So we need to actually start with a static web app if we're going to have this conversation about hosting them on Azure. So I want to start this conversation with GitHub, because all good things start with GitHub, right? We need to come up with a repository that has never existed before. It's kind of like the magician is showing you there's nothing under their sleeve. So we're going to call this Cloud Summit 2021. Oh, it's available on my repo. So we'll go ahead and leave that as is. I'm going to go ahead and initialize it with some stuff. All right. And we'll create a new repository. Now, there's a couple of different ways that we could go with a brand new static web app. And I want to get something that just is up and running as quickly as possible. Let's see. I don't have anything. Let's go ahead and see what I have in this directory. I have a site that I built previously. We're not going to work with that. We're going to create something brand new. And I'm going to use Vue.js because I love Vue.js. So we're going to npm init vite latest and just create a brand spanking new Vue.js page. So we'll call this Cloud Summit Vite. If you never used Vite before, it's actually pretty cool. It's a great way to bootstrap your first Vue, React, or just a Svelte application. We're going to do Vue because why not? This is Vue 3 in particular. And I'll do just Vue by itself. Let's go in. Let's just show you what happens with the initial build of this application. I'm going to install all my dependencies, and then we're going to run the development server. So if everything's up and working the way that we expect it to, this is what the page should look like, okay? Now, this is running on localhost. We don't want it running on localhost. We want it running up in the cloud because all the good things are in the cloud. So let's go ahead and get out of that. Let's initialize the local GitHub repo. Let's add all the stuff. And let's do the initial commit. So now I just need to push that up to my GitHub repo. So I'm going to copy the commands that GitHub gives me. And we're going to push up to main. Yeah, all right. You know what? Hold on one second. Just because I screwed that up. You know what? Let's redo that. I forgot that GitHub does everything in main and Git is still all master. So let's go ahead and redo our test here. So we'll call this Cloud Summit 2021. All right, it's going to be a new view page. All right. And we'll go into CS 2021. I am going to get init again. We're going to get commit init. Git add everything. Git commit init. I'm going to get brand. Pick out a branch main. All right, so we're good to go there. I'm going to add my origin. This should all work because I'm talking apples to apples now. Now I should be able to push up the origin main. Everything works. All right. local origin main. I didn't actually test this part of the demo. All right, my bad. Pesh. Oh, all right. I did not expect to have a Git problem. So here, we're going to do this the lazy way. I'm going to git clone the original. Let's go into it. See what we got in here. I'm going to go ahead and try that command one more time. And it'll just be in a subdirectory, which isn't going to be a big deal. So we'll call this Cloud Summit 2021, view, git add everything, git commit everything. So now when we push it, it should work. Thank you. There we go. We have our static web app sitting here in CS 2021. Let's move over to Azure. So I've already taken the liberty of creating a resource group that, again, has nothing inside of it. We're going to create a new resource and nothing in the list that will be useful to use, but we'll type in static web app. And this takes you to the static web app wizard for creating new static web apps. We'll hit create. Now, a couple little details that you have to fill in here. You have to give your static web app a name. So we'll call this CS 2021. A little checkbox says it's good to go. It doesn't matter. I have to pick a hosting plan. So there's actually two. There's the free version, and then there's the standard version that they say is for production apps. There's a great little difference between them. So if you're worried about things like bandwidth and whatnot, you actually shouldn't be worried. You should just use the free edition that you get, because notice it's 100 gigabytes per subscription of included bandwidth. If you can use that much for a static web app, more power to you. You probably don't need a static web app. You need something more. Custom domains, for my purposes, too, work just fine. If for some reason you need more, you move up to the standard plan. We're not going to talk about authentication and private endpoints. That's a much higher level topic than for an introduction. But if that's a concern of yours, so you need private endpoints to your static web apps, you need to move up to the standard subscription. And then you have max application size. That might also be a concern for you as well. Most of my sites are well under 100 megabytes, and you're counting everything along with it. So all the JavaScript, all the CSS, all the HTML, that bundle that gets built with your static web apps, if that's more than 250 megabytes, you need the higher plan. But again, I'm going to argue you probably have other problems if you're hitting those large numbers. We'll come back and we'll talk about staging environments in Azure Functions a little bit later. But again, another concern if you're pushing out production applications. And I would say 9 times out of 10, free is all you need. We're going to talk about Azure Functions a little bit when we come back, but I need to select a place for my Azure Functions to eventually live and work. And I'm working out of the East US data center in Azure. So we'll go ahead and select East US 2. And then I need to select deployment details. Where is Azure Static Web Apps going to get my code from? How's it going to work? It really wants to own the deployment process for you. So anytime you commit the source control, it wants to be able to hook into that, pull down the code, do the build, and take care of the deployment for you. It works ideally in the most ideal way with GitHub. If you are using Azure DevOps, there's actually a solution for you as well. I use it for one of my clients. It's just not as fluid as the GitHub process is. So I'm just going to show you the GitHub process. So we'll say sign in with GitHub. It's going to ask you for all your personal information. I'll tell it which repository I'm looking at. And this is what? It's Cloud Summit 2021. So Cloud Summit 2021 should be here in the list. It's going to ask me which one of my branches I want to build the production site off of. If you do your development work off of main or master, and you might have another branch for deployment, this is an excellent opportunity to say, I have a different branch that I want to use. I don't, so we'll just say main. And then it's going to ask me for some details about what it is that I'm building. What application am I pushing into production? Well, if you're building an Angular app or React or Svelte or Vue or Blazor, .NET folks out there, you can select one of the frameworks, and Azure Static Web Apps already knows how to build those sites. Likewise, if you are using Gatsby or Hugo or ViewPress for, say, a statically generated page, like a blog or something, it knows how to build those as well. My personal site, consultwithgriff.com, is a GridSum static generated site, but I use it the same way as all these, and it's hosted on Azure Static Web Apps. And if none of them apply, you could actually write the code yourself. We're not going to cover that because it's not necessary, but you could write the code. So we're going to say Vue.js because it's a Vue.js app. I need to tell Azure Static Web Apps where the app lives in the grand scheme of my repository. Now, it's not in the root anymore because I apparently don't know how to use Git, but it's in this CS-2021 directory. So I have to tell Azure Static Web Apps where it is. It's asking me if I have an API location, which we're going to come back to in a moment. So I'm going to leave it blank for just all intents and purposes. And then it's going to ask me where the output files for my project gets built. And it's assuming I'm using the distribution folder, which it might be right. And what it means is if I'm in the command line, go into my file, if I said npm run build, npm install. Let's do that part first. All right. Now if I do npm run build, what's a production version of this site look like? It's pretty small. It's just a handful of files. Well, where this gets built is ultimately into a directory called distribution or dist. And that contains all the files that I need. I need to tell Azure Static Web Apps that that's the correct folder. Now, a lot of folks change it. If you do, you need to make that adjustment in the wizard. All right, let's just jump to the review and create page and assume it's all good. And I'll hit create because I didn't mess anything up, knock on wood. And we're going to sit back and we're going to relax for a moment. So a couple small things are happening here. My resource has been created, but what Azure Static Web Apps did is it went into my repository. And if I refresh, I now have a new file creating a GitHub action. By going to GitHub Actions, you'll see I have a run that's currently running as for the newly created Azure Static Web App YAML file. And y'all hold your opinions about YAML. I have opinions about YAML. This is not the time nor place for it. It's all YAML. But let's look at the current run. So it's building my app. And this takes at most 2 minutes with this size of file. But you can see it's currently, it pulled my code from source control. It actually noticed that it was Vue because I had told it. It's built the file. It did a npm run build. It created the assets. Then what it did was it took all the assets and it did a deployment for me magically. And it's all done. I can visit my site, Victoria Smoke. So there we go. Let's see. I don't have access to the chat in here, but I'll drop it in the private chat. If you all want to go hit the site, you can. If Simon can move that over to the YouTube comments and the Twitch comments for me, you all can go to the site. The site is live. We've done nothing except create the initial GitHub repo, We built the very static site. We pushed it up into GitHub, and we told Azure Static Web Apps, that's where the code exists. Please grab it for me automatically, do a build, and deploy it. Let's make a change. How about this? Instead of hello view, let's just change it to goodbye. So we'll go into our code. Open it in VS Code, editor of choice. And if you don't understand view, that's fine. It's not a big deal. We'll go into my app view, and right here's where the text exists. Hello view 3 invite. We'll say goodbye view. You know what? I don't even like that. We'll say hello Cloud Summit. Minor change. Git add, git commit, git push. All right, so, geez. Now this one's warranted. I was expecting this one. I have to pull down the new workflow files because it was made after I had pushed up my changes. Now I can push. All right, so everything's up in GitHub. Go back over to, where's GitHub? Let's close you. You're not necessary anymore. Let's look at our code. We can see 20 seconds ago, Kevin pushed the change. Let's go into GitHub Actions. We see I have a new run that's currently running. It's a build and deploy. And while this is running, let's talk about what this process replaces. Before I started using Azure Static Web Apps seriously, there were a couple different ways to deploy my static web application. Number one was Azure Blob Storage. I've seen this trick numerous times. It's either Azure Blob Storage or S3 if you're over on AWS. But you can deploy your files and use your blob or S3 bucket as a web endpoint, and you point everything to that, because all a static web app is pointing to index.html or any index or any HTML file, and it's getting served up by the file system. That was one way to solve this problem. The other way was you could do an app service and just have a mini web server. So ASP.NET, ASP.NET Core, you could have Nginx. You could have a web server that's running behind just static files and serve them up that way. Now, there's problems with that. You have static files and you're deploying them through this just roundabout way, and it doesn't need to be that complicated. And we're not even talking about caching. Like, static files don't change very often. So what about having a caching structure in front of that? Now, this is probably where I should have slides, right? Is we could just go through all the pros and cons of doing it the old-fashioned way or doing this new crazy awesome way. But yeah, I don't have those. So let's just look at the app. Hit refresh. Hello, Cloud Summit. Yay, I pushed the change into production. I know what you're saying. Kevin, we don't just push changes into production immediately. We go through some sort of issue, branch, pull request structure. How do I work around that? Well, let's take a look. Let's go back to the command line and let's clear everything. I'm going to create a new branch. We'll call it small updates. Okay. Inside of small updates, my mouse is. All right, so small updates, instead of hello Cloud Summit, we'll say, you know what? I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to put in the link to my course, because why not? All right, so small updates. Let's see what we got. One file change. Let's go ahead and add the change. Let's go ahead and commit the change. And we're going to push just the branch up into GitHub. Okay, so the branch has been pushed. This doesn't affect main our master. Let's go create the pull request. All right, create pull request. And awesome. Let's see. One file has been changed. Hello world to signalrmastery.com. Awesome. Okay. Let's look back at the conversation view. I have some hooks I have kicked in. The first hook is the build and deploy job for Azure Static Web Apps. Let's go see what it's doing underneath the scenes. It's deploying my site. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally push a PR change into production without realizing it? Let's sit back and relax for a moment. Let's just watch the code do its thing. Pull complete. I get it. Pull complete. Let's keep this party going. While this is going, let's go ahead and flip back over to our portal. And let's talk about our portal for a second. I actually don't spend all that much time in the portal. This is basically a web app. If you need to set any sort of configuration, so like app services, you need environment variables, that sort of thing. There's still a place for you to do that. So you can set your environment variables. You can also hook in application insights, which doesn't really work too well with the static endpoints. But here in a couple moments, we're going to talk about adding Azure functions for a little bit of API functionality. But once you have that, you can use application insights automatically to get insight into what your functions are doing. Custom domains. So if you don't like Victoria Smoke something dot AzureStaticWebApps.net, you can point it to your own domain. That's what I do for my site. If you go to consult with Griff.com, this is actually an Azure Static website that's up and running on my page right now. And I have Azure functions that are running to do some of the real-time stuff, like the little indicator up in the top corner. There's a blog post on how I wrote that, if you're interested. But again, this is all Azure Static Web Apps, and it's crazy fast because it's all static resources. And it's even faster because I have this behind Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is adding another layer of caching for me as well. So really, this thing, you hit F5, boom, the site's up, and it's good to go. Let's go back to GitHub. GitHub, oh no, let's see what happened. Build and deploy, build and deploy. Let's scroll down and see how bad it is. Well, I can go to my site. Oh, hold on. Am I looking at the right thing? Nope, I was looking at the wrong thing. Let me go look at small change. All right, actually, if I refresh the page, you notice it hasn't updated. Hello, Cloud Summit. It's still the same way it was before. But we did a build and it did a deployment. Let's go look at the log and see what actually happened. We'll scroll down to the bottom. Well, it's a different site. And it's a subtle change. You zoom in. Victoria Smoke. 0F. All right. The test site, the PR site, which has a different content on it, is technically a different domain. Azure Static Web Apps automatically created a different domain for me just for testing this pull request. So you could take this content, and again, I'll drop it in the chat for folks. You can go look at just this test site. And this is a great opportunity for me to go back over to the portal and show you I have this other option called environments. If I look at environments, it's showing me the production stuff in main, excuse me, is up and working. I can browse to it. That's my main site. But as I open pull request to this repository, it's going to create linked environments or staging environments for me. So this works out so well for me as a consultant because I can take a site, do a PR, a test version of it. It automatically creates a test URL for me. I give that to my clients. They go look at everything and say, Kevin, this is good, this is bad, change this, change that, or we're good to go. And when we're all good to go, I can come back into the pull request. Oh, and notice the comments. I didn't show this before. GitHub Actions will add the comment to the PR for you and say, hey, this is ready to preview at this staging site. When it's all good to go, let's squash and merge. I'll delete the branch. Let's go back over to GitHub Actions. And GitHub Actions says, okay, well, you just made an update to main. I'm going to kick off a new change. It's going to take those changes and now deploy them back to production. So we'll give this just a moment to do its thing. Luckily, this is why I use very small sites, because they don't take very long to build. The most you wait is for the Docker stuff to pull down. All right, come on, Azure. There we go. All right, everything's done. It's uploaded. It'll tell me here in a moment that it's all said and done. Actually, I should be able to go to the site and do a full refresh here in a moment. There we go. I do a full refresh to the site. Single arm mastery. My branch has been pushed into production and everything's good to go. Not only that, you do a refresh. GitHub automatically cleaned up the staging site for me. You're limited in the number of staging sites you can have. It used to be 1. Now I believe it's 4. Don't quote me on that. I think it's 3 or 4 that you can have now. But once you've exceeded the number of staging sites that you have, it's just going to stop building new staging environments. You get cleaning, it cleans up after itself automatically, or you can come in and manually delete the staging sites that you don't need. So we are doing really well. I now have a full CI/CD deployment cycle for my static web application. This is really good. Now, let's talk about dynamic functionality. I'm going to use my application as an example. I have this little thing up here at the top, which is my Twitch badge. And what's nice about it is it goes to Twitch and looks to see if I'm currently streaming. If I am, it changes from offline to online and lets whoever's currently looking at the site know if I'm currently streaming. Now, there's a fundamental problem with this. As a static web app, I need some sort of server component to go do that logic for me, because I don't want to put all that on the client. I'd rather have something in the server that's doing that work. I also have these little signups on my page. Like all good marketing people, I have email signups. Well, I also have reCAPTCHA behind the scenes here. Notice the little reCAPTCHA icon at the bottom. So I can prevent spam from getting signed up to my list. It has to go through reCAPTCHA before it actually gets sent back to the server. So this is stuff you can't do on the client. It has to have some sort of server endpoint, which you don't get with a static web app. You need something. And the obvious solution for us on Azure is Azure Functions. And the way I used to do it is I had a separate Azure Functions app service that ran. I wrote my Azure Functions, put them there, and my static web app and my Azure Functions would talk to each other. But I'd have to update and maintain basically 2 repositories for what is essentially the same application. Static Web Apps has a slightly better way to solve this problem. So let's go ahead and go back into our code. I'll go back into main. Let's pull down all the changes because a little bit's changed. I am going to go up 1 directory to the root. I want to create a new directory called API. You can call it whatever you want to. I want to open this in VS Code. And I'm going to let VS Code create an Azure Functions project for me. We'll say create new project. We'll create inside a Cloud Summit. Now, Azure Functions comes in a variety of flavors depending on the language that you want to use. It used to be just JavaScript, but now it's support for JavaScript, C#. I actually don't remember if Python or Java are supported yet. I'm sure someone in chat could correct me if they know. But I was super excited when they introduced C# because that solved all my problems. Let's create a new C# Azure Functions project. I'm going to use .NET Core 3 because I still have trouble with the .NET 5 isolated stuff. And I have to create a trigger. Well, we'll just do an HTTP trigger for argument's sake. And we're going to call this Azure function get current date time. And we'll just say Griffin is the namespace. It'll be an anonymous function, so anyone can access it, even though you can still do function authentication or administrative authentication. And yeah, go ahead. Don't worry about that. All right. So this is going to create. It did it in the wrong place. Okay, here. Let me fix the glitch. You know what? You know what? Yep. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. Let's copy it into API. All right. So API should have all my stuff inside of it. Let's look at get current date time. Now, if you're not a C# person, that's okay. Let's go ahead and remove all this crud because we don't need it. And we'll just say now is equal to date time. Now, we'll do toString. I have GitHub Copilot on as well, so it's doing a little bit of the heavy lifting for me. Let's go ahead and do a quick check, make sure that all runs. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work because, all right, you know what? Let's just push it live. You only live once, right? Let's see what we got. Let's add all of our files. Okay, that's all good. I shouldn't have pushed the VS Code, but oh well, no going back. Let's go ahead and do a commit. I'm not going to push it yet. I'm going to change one more thing. Let's go into our GitHub folder, and we have our YAML for our static web app, our deployment process. There's a lot of stuff in here. You don't need to understand this. But it's basically saying on push the main or any other branch, or if we have a pull request, here's the processes that you should go through. Right here on line 23, we have our API location. This is where the GitHub action is going to go look for an API if it exists, or any Azure function project. I'm going to tell it to go look in /API. And notice you can change anything else in here and it'll all work great. I'm changing that now so I don't have to change it later. So let's go ahead and add the message, update YAML. We're going to push that up into production, and we're going to watch this one live. All right, update YAML. It's running through the GitHub action. Build and deploy. Setting up the job. Now, nothing's really going to change on the front end. This is purely a API change. We'll sit back and watch, sit back and wait. Hopefully it should only take a moment. It's not a very big project, right? Now, questions that I might get as they come down the line is if your build fails, it's not obviously not going to push into production. The Azure, the GitHub action is going to fail. So you can go and look at the log and see exactly what happened and fix your issue before it goes live. All right, so we're getting to the good part right here. It's doing npm run build. does all that crud. And then it's going to say, hey, right around in here, it's building the API project. So it automatically detected that I'm using a .NET Functions app. So see .NET Core SDK version 3, it's going to go through build that. And it looks like that all succeeded. And it did the deployment for me. So everything was deployed successfully. What does that mean? Well, if I refresh the page, nothing's changed. But I should be able to go to API/get current date time. Did I do that wrong? I probably did wrong. All right. Well, if you're... Oh, I bet I know what I did. I know what I did. Oh, no, I don't know what I did. Sucker's case sensitive, or unless I typed it wrong. All right. Doesn't matter. /API is a special reserved route that points to your API project. So any Azure functions that you create are prefixed with /API in the browser. So you could have a client-side AJAX request or HTTP call to any of your Azure functions just by going /API / the name of the Azure function, and you get access to it. So you can call this as, why is it spinning? There it goes. So you get the result set. And this also requires you to have a working knowledge of how Azure functions work, which I sadly don't have the time to go into right now. But once you understand how Azure functions work, you can build very simple APIs to power your static web apps, deploy them as a single package up to Azure Static Web Apps, and it'll all work together in harmony. Now we can see these functions running in our control panel by going to Functions. Let's do a refresh. And refresh CCI, I have current date time sitting right here. I should be able to turn on Application Insights now because all right, yep. So I could turn that on, hit save. And now it's going to give me diagnostics on every call to my local APIs. So costs where necessary there. You still have to pay for Application Insights if you go over the limits. So everything's good here from a developer standpoint. I have an Azure Static Web App that I've built locally. I've pushed it up to GitHub. I configured the service with Azure Static Web Apps to go get that GitHub repo. It built the entire application, pushed into production to where I could see it. And if you ever forget what your URL is, it's right here on the main page, URL. You can go pull it up. Let's say we did a branch and a pull request with some changes. Azure Static Web Apps would automatically build another version of the site, give us a completely different URL that we could use for staging purposes. Once we've merged the change back into main, it would clean itself up and give us the new deployed package. When I decided that I wanted to put some server-side functionality into the app, I could build Azure functions in either C#, JavaScript, or any of the supported Azure function languages. I push those up. It gives me a new endpoint of /API followed by whatever Azure functions I want to have. And yeah, we've done a lot in just what, half an hour? Yeah, almost half an hour exactly. So I think we're in a really good place development-wise to really start building on top of these processes. I love it for my blog, but I have a number of sites that I manage that are just simply their Vue apps, their React apps, their there's a couple Angular ones that I'm trying to get rid of, but they're all in these client-side centric formats. So one big HTML file or a couple individual HTML files, and those are getting served up statically. So when we say statically, we mean there's no server sitting there processing it. If you have ASP.NET Core running and it's taking a request, figuring out what to do with it, and then sending back a response, that's not a static web app. That's a dynamically generated web application because work is being done in between every single request. A static web app means a call. Let's look at it this way. I'm going to do a complete refresh. Oops. Oh, that one doesn't exist anymore. Let's do a zoomy zoom in here. Oh, it's because it was a different URL. All right, let's copy that URL. There. All right, well, let's go ahead and zoom in here. We have these different elements. So we have the main page, the main HTML that gets returned. Well, that kicks off a call for CSS and JavaScript. So there's subsequent calls. These don't go through any sort of server-side rendering or server-side logic. It's still a web server, but it's just looking at disk to see if a file exists. If it does, it returns the file. It's the quickest possible HTTP request you can make because nothing needs to happen. Make the call, look up the file, return the result. That's why we say crazy fast, because this is as fast as you can possibly get. Because then add a caching layer in front of this as well. You're looking at cache, not even looking at a physical disk. It's just pulling what it has in memory and returning the result. So if we look at the responsive for this, let's just do Control F5. So no cache response. 24 milliseconds, 30. I can actually do, let's be fair about this. Open up in private browser. We'll go to the page. I don't want any of my extensions to screw this up. We're going to run a Lighthouse performance report on just this page by itself. I'm going to turn off best practices. We'll look at just performance for desktop. If you don't do this on a regular basis with your client applications, you should, because it's amazing. 100%. This is really good. Like, this is amazing. Now, it helps that the site doesn't do much. It just renders a little bit of content. But in terms of just getting the content to the browser as humanly fast as possible, so the browser can take over and render the results, this is the best possible score that you can get. So everything's good here. There's a couple things that you could change just to make performance even better, but we're not there yet. So this is what I like to show people. Let me show my actual site. I probably shouldn't do this for my real site, but let's do a performance report on my actual site. It's still static content and it actually draws and it does stuff. 91. I mean, it's not 100. It can still be better. A lot of this is because I'm adding external stuff to the page that throws off the score. When it loads reCAPTCHA, that throws off the score because that's an additional thing that needs to get loaded. So there are ways I can make this score worse, but it's pretty darn good for just serving up files and even serving up some dynamic content. So there we go. That's kind of all you need to know about static web apps. Other than going out and deploying your own, it's super simple. It's free. So if you have an Azure account already, it's not going to cost you anything more to start down this process. But I hope this is a good primer for you to get in and get started. I'll make sure I put up my info one more time. Here, I'll put up that slide. That slide's better. But I would love to answer any questions that you have. I'm free for conversation as long as my time is still up. But thank you so much to Simon, C# Corner, and Cloud Summit crew for having me today. It's been a blast, and hopefully you all learned something.
That was great, Kevin. I could see you doing debugging on a live stream. It's always very interesting to do that. And sometimes GitHub really misbehaves at times.
It's always, I practiced this at least 2 or 3 times yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I started going down a different process. And that's never good. It's like, and it's all the stuff you don't do very often. Like, how often do you create a new GitHub repo and try to sync it up locally on your machine?
Yeah.
So, yep. And so I always go off script when I shouldn't,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it came back to bite me.
Yeah, but that's cool. So you did also talk about the different plans that we have. One is the free plan, and the other one is a paid plan. And you did emphasize that in 9 out of 10 cases, the free plan will work, right? So
Yeah.
maybe next time, what we should do for the Cloud Summit website, right? We should be using static web apps.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
I would take your video as a reference. That would be great because, having said that, Kevin. In this session, right, we say it's a static web app. So is there really no database anytime involved? Is it like just the static, or we can also plug in some databases or anything with that?
So you could do databases. The way I would do it is you need that server-side components, because you don't really want there's no good mechanism, and there shouldn't be a mechanism for your client app to talk directly to a database. But you still want to have some sort of middleman. The way we used to do it is my web app would talk to my ASP.NET Core server, or my Node.js server running Express, or PHP or Laravel, you name it, and then it talks to the database. So there's a middleman, because you want something to control access. So who's allowed to talk to the database? Who's allowed to update or create new entities? So to do that in this scenario, you would use Azure Functions. So you have an Azure function that knows how to talk to a database, and it acts as that middleman for you. That's a perfectly legitimate scenario. Where our starting point is when I go to consultwithgriff.com, all I'm going to get back is an index.html page, a couple files of a couple JavaScript files, some CSS, and that's all I get. There's no post back to the server. There's none of that, because there's no server. Technically, those files are just getting served up off of a hard drive. There's no logic happening in between. So there's not much we can do once we serve up those files. Any functionality we want the site to have, we have to write it ourselves with Azure Functions.
Okay. So the space that we get with the tiers, right? So I think that space is usually for the front end. So all that the space that you have given, then it makes sense, right? You're not going to have maybe like a 5-10 GB just for the front end. And you said if you're doing it, it's definitely something wrong.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen people try, but having 250 megs of just static HTML and JavaScript and CSS, that's a lot. That's a big site. So hopefully no one here is pushing those limits. Now, I definitely see those sizes if I was pushing, say, an ASP on a core app, because you have .NET Framework, you have all your dependencies, you have all the other crap you create. You put that all in one big bundle, that can easily be a couple hundred meg. But HTML and JavaScript and CSS shouldn't be that much. Even
if it is, then something wrong.
Yeah, it means you did something wrong, or you're trying to do too much. But that's the consultant in me putting on my hat.
Yeah. I was also going, while you were giving the session, right, I was going through the documentation. I also found out it just said, I didn't go through much in detail. It just said that Azure Static Web Apps also take care of your authentication and authorization. So how does that work?
So basically, if you wanted to have some endpoints where someone has to be logged in to use it, that's a server side concern. All the client's going to do is say, I would like a file at this location, and the server, if it's just looking at a file system, will say, I have that file or I don't have that file. Now there are some files you might have up there that you say, well, that you have to be logged in to do that. And so there's an entire authentication feature that you can turn on to say, all right, I want to put certain endpoints behind a username and password. I want to make sure they're authenticated with their Microsoft ID. There are a couple different options, and I actually have to go back through it because it's been a while. But that's a concern of a lot of folks is, well, I don't want to put everything just open to the internet. I want to have a little bit of authentication behind certain endpoints. So that functionality is there for you.
That's great. I mean, so it's just not simple Azure static websites. I think that there's little more you can do around it. And to be honest, this authentication and authorization is always a little tricky part. It's always something I mess up, and my manager isn't happy about it. So I think that was a great session, Kevin. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
The only thing I'm plugging is my SignalR course, signalrmastery.com.
Can you please give your link in the private chat? I'll drop in the comments.
Yeah,
Until
that's the
now, I
only
have
thing I'm
not
plugging
dropped.
right now. No travel, just all virtual stuff. So
yeah.
I appreciate everyone so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. I really love meeting you after so long. I would love to host you back very time soon, not after
Anytime.
like 18, 19 months. Yeah, thanks once again and hope to see you soon. Tara.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right, so that was Kevin with his Azure Static Web Apps crazy performance. It's now we move to our next session, and we are running a little fast. It is the final day, and this is the second final session of Cloud Summit 2021. We have had around 130 sessions. Can you believe it? We have had 130 sessions streaming for 11 days, straight 11 days. There's no break. Even on Saturdays and Sundays, we are streaming. On Sunday, we had a student track. So yeah, our next session is by Ameena. She works as a customer engineer at Microsoft. And in today's session, she's going to talk about benefits of enabling IaaS agent extension on Azure SQL VM. So without any further ado, let's bring her to the live show. Hi, Ameena. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's my honor.
So, Ameena, you're joining us today from which location?
From Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's what I saw. I was just checking if my teammate did the right job.
Yeah, you have to give me all those pictures. I didn't have those speaking pictures. I don't know where you got it from. So that
took
was
us
a
a
very
while to
beautiful.
So thank you so much, Ameena, for accepting the invitation. I think Azure SQL is something people have been really willing to learn, and the entire summit, every day we have had around 14-15 sessions, and out of those 14-15 sessions, 4 to 5 is always around Azure SQL. So I think community really loves Azure SQL. They're always willing to learn. So yeah, really looking forward for your session. Please feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then we can get started.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just 1 minute. Give me.
You can find the share screen on the bottom of your screen with a plus icon.
Yes, I found it. Share. I have.
Do you have multiple screens?
Yes, I have 2.
So maybe you'll have to click on any screen that you have. Click on the screen that you have, and then click on share button.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this one.
This is different than little Teams. I know everyone is more familiar with the Teams and other tools. So yeah, Ameena, I see your screen. I've added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it, and next 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you, Simon. All right, participants, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining my session. And if you have attended previous sessions of the Cloud Summit 2021, that's a good, it's ending now today. One more session after me. And hope you get a rest and be on the weekend coming up, and maybe catch up on others sessions that you have missed. Okay, with that, I would start with sharing my presentation with you. Let me see if I can. it's not presenting when I say in the presentation mode.
So do you have the slides up and running?
Yeah, it's up and running.
So maybe you will have to stop sharing your screen and again go back to the screen that is.
Okay. So let me. Okay, my computer has frozen. Let me.
Usually streaming takes a lot more computation than usual.
It's coming back. So no, my computer has. Actually, PowerPoint presentation has frozen. I cannot close it. I'm trying to close it. So then I will reopen it. And my CPU is 100%.
Not a problem. If you want, we can take a couple of minutes break. I can play a video and then we can be back.
Sure. Okay. That's
all right.
good.
See you soon.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
All right, Ameena, I can see your slides. I've added it to the stream. Everybody can see it, and it's all you now.
Thank you very much. I can see it. Okay, welcome everyone to my session on benefits of Azure SQL VM IaaS extension. It's a name, mouthful of name, but this is a great feature and we are going to talk about it. My name is Ameena Lalani, and let me move the slides. Okay, so I work at as a customer engineer at Microsoft, and most of my work with the client is about high availability and disaster recovery. And I also train them on their modernization journey from on-prem to cloud. So I talk a lot about Azure SQL Database, Managed Instance, and Azure SQL VM. And I do some volunteering activities, like run a user group in Chicago, Illinois. And I have recently started to volunteer at high school to teach computer science with a classroom teacher. And this is a new initiative, and I've committed for this year. Let's see how it goes. And I'm a part of the diversity and inclusion and other teams at Microsoft also. So that's all about me. So agenda for today is very simple. We will talk about what this agent extension is, and then we will talk about how we will register this, because it's not on by default. You have to register this agent extension, and then talk about what the benefits of this extension are. And most of it is demo. I have only 8 content slides. The rest of it is going to be a demo. So let's jump in to our next slide. So what is IaaS Agent Extension? It is a free tool that will allow you to. Sorry about that. Sorry. So it is a free add-on tool that customer choose to install, and this is for Azure SQL VM customers, and it provides PaaS-like capabilities to the IaaS environment. So there is no additional cost to it, and we wanted our customers who are using Azure SQL VM to have this experience of automated management, right? Backups, patching, just like the PaaS services, that they can also experience those capabilities. Only thing they have to do is that install this extension. And if you are in, so there are a couple of ways of installing IaaS Agent Extension. Couple of ways of installing SQL Server in Azure SQL VM. You can bring your own image, like if you have your license, you bring your own image, whether your a virtual disk image, VDI, or you can have download from online, like if you're just doing a developer version, or you can use the images from the Azure Marketplace. So if you are using an image from the Azure Marketplace to create an Azure SQL VM, then this agent is already installed. So that's the thing to keep in mind. If you are doing your own SQL installation after creating the Azure VM, Azure Windows VM or the Linux VM, then you have to install this IaaS Agent Extension. It's not downloading or installing, it's just enabling it or registering it. Just like any other service in Azure, you just register this extension. Okay, so there are several management modes: lightweight mode, full mode, and no agent mode. Let's talk about the no agent mode first. It is only available for SQL Server 2008 R2. So what you can do is you cannot change much in the no agent mode. It is just there. So when you look at the inventory or the dashboard of all the SQL Server VMs that you have in the Azure portal, that SQL Server 2008 machine will show up. So you can count that in the inventory. Otherwise, you will not know. You have to individually manage it, that you have this SQL Server 2008 server. Okay, you have to upgrade it. But if it's in the one pane, in the one dashboard, it's easier to manage and see, the propagation of license changes and the addition changes of your SQL Server VMs. So let's go back to the lightweight mode. So lightweight mode, when you register IaaS Agent Extension, it has you can do it in the lightweight mode or in the full mode. People usually do the lightweight mode first, especially if you have multiple instances, like in failover clustering instance or an availability group, because the full mode requires a restart of a SQL Server. Lightweight mode does not require a restart of SQL Server service, and this extension is there for I would say about more than a year or maybe 18 months. And recently, this September, the first week of September, this restart requirement has changed. So now, starting from September 1st, you do not need to restart SQL Server when you are registering IaaS extension in full mode. So let me go back. I just moved forward. Okay, so a full mode also installs 2 Windows services that runs behind the scene. So when the Windows service is running, they use minimum, CPU and memory. Whatever any service that runs in Windows, whatever the memory and the CPU required, very minimum. That is only the you can say the cost of running this agent extension. In lightweight mode, there is nothing. But this extension by itself is free. If you are enabling it, you are not incurring any additional cost in Azure SQL VM. All right. And if you want to verify whether your Azure SQL VM has this agent installed, it's very, very easy. Only thing, you have to go in Azure portal, and in the VM blade, you look at the extension and you make sure you have SQL IaaS extension is there. So that means these are the other extensions there, but this SQL IaaS extension means that you will have that automated managing SQL Server capability will be there. One of the benefits is that you can, when you have this agent extension available, you can monitor or administer some of the administrative tasks from the Azure portal. Because from managing Azure portal is used to be only the PaaS services for Azure SQL database and Azure SQL managed instance. For VM, you have to remote desktop into it and then do everything. But with this extension, some of the management capabilities I'll show you. You can do it from the portal. And if you have any questions, please type it in the chat window, and at the end or during the demo when we have to wait, I will answer those questions. Okay. Okay, so benefits, in the lightweight mode, you can see that the benefits for license type, you can only change the license type of your SQL Server. So what is the license type? Like a pay-as-you-go or Azure hybrid benefit, which if you are bringing your on-prem license and you have a software assurance, so Microsoft makes sure that you can use your existing license, so you don't pay for it because you already paid for it. So that is Azure hybrid benefit. And then there is an Azure, another license type is HADR. So one of the DR node or one of the passive HA node is free. So if this SQL VM is of that type, you can choose that license type. Another thing you can change in the lightweight mode is the addition of SQL Server. So if you are on developer, you can go to standard or web or enterprise. You can change the addition of SQL Server. The other things, if you can see here, SQL, storage configuration, SQL connectivity, Azure Key Vault, automated backup, automated patching, and R services, these are not available. Those features are not available. They are only available in full mode. So if you look here in the full mode, you have all the features available. But some are configured and some are not configured, but it does not say not available. All these features are available. So now let's talk about the registering IaaS agent extension. So there are several methods. So before we talked about the modes of registration, right? The lightweight mode, full mode, and no agent. Now we are talking about how we want to register it. So there are several methods. You can register one VM at a time also. You can do the registration, the bulk registration of multiple VMs, or you can do the automatic registration. So due to the time limit of this session of 40 minutes, we will only do two of them, automatic registration and single VM registration in the demo. Again, I would like to remind you that if you are installing SQL Server from the marketplace image of the VM, then this IaaS agent extension is already installed. But if you are just creating an Azure VM, Windows, and then installing your SQL Server yourself, like we call it self-installed, then you have to enable this extension. So I think with this, we have the demo. We will go right into the demo. So I have only a couple of slides after that, but the content slides are done. So let me go and share my portal with you. Okay, so first I want to show you that I'm using a resource group here, and I have several, virtual machines in here. So let me I'm not seeing that. Just a minute. Yeah, it's timed out. Okay, so I will sort it by type. So we can go all the way down to look at the virtual machines. So you can see I have 3 virtual machines. We will be mostly working with DEA Target 1 and DEA Target 2 VM. These 2 VMs, we are going to work with that. So in my case, let me just see. I was installing. So DE Target 1 was supposed to have the IaaS extension installed, but before this, I've been trying for last 3-4 hours. It got into some kind of problem, but let's see. So here is the extent. I'm in the VM blade. This is DA Target VM blade, and I will go into extension, and it shows that it has the SQL IaaS extension installed. But we also have a view to look at all the SQL Server VM in the subscription. And if I refresh this view, this is showing that DEA Target 1 is in the lightweight mode currently. Remember, so IaaS, you saw the IaaS agent is there, but it is in the lightweight mode. And what I was trying to do here, where is that? I was trying to update it to the full mode. And this command has been running for last 1 hour, and it should not take that much, but it's some kind of problem with the VM itself, because I turn it off and turn it on. Just hold on a minute. Give me a minute to see. Okay, so it gives us some opportunity. So when SQL Server, IaaS agent is installed, and it is still doing it in the trying to do it in the full mode, but it's not working for some reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill it from here, and I will use this here. Okay. So DEA Target 2 VM, the other VM, it does not have the extension installed. So we can see that IaaS SQL extension is not there, right? So we will work on this one. So before I install the agent, I want to show you that how they look like. Okay. I'm trying to move my screen here. So I have a remote desktop into one of the target, and I have connected to DA Target 1, and let's connect to DA Target 2 VM also. Okay. So if we look at the security and the logins here, I want to show you something. So IaaS agent, when installed, it creates a login also. So you see here SQL IaaS extension query. This is the new login gets created. So Target 1 has the IaaS agent installed, even though it's in lightweight mode, but it is installed. So this login gets created, and it gets the system administrator right, because it has to do all the management tasks in the portal. So this login does that. So don't be surprised when you enable that extension, and then you see a new login pop up, and then this login has an SA rights, because it is needed for to do the management in the portal. That's why. And if you see here, this one does not have the agent installed, so there is no login here. So another thing to note is that once you are in the full mode, you cannot downgrade to the lightweight mode. What you have to do is you have to uninstall or unregister or remove the extension first, and then again register the extension with lightweight mode. Right? That's one thing. Another thing I mentioned, that 2 services run behind the scene as a Windows service. So this is DA Target 2 VM, and this is DA Target 1. So DA Target 1, since it's in the lightweight mode, only one service is here. Yeah, only one service is here. When it is in full mode, there are 2 services running, and both of these services are using that login, the new login that gets created. Those services run under that account. And here we, in the DE target, there is no service here for Microsoft SQL Server IaaS query agents. So we don't have anything here because the agent is not here. So that's what I want to show you here. Now let's go back here. Let me connect to my my subscription. We were going to do step by step. I'm using PowerShell here. Okay. All right, so I'm connected to that. So if I just want to see how many VMs are there in this resource group, let's just run this. I have 3 VMs. I showed you in the portal. I have 3 VMs. So these are the VM sizes, and these are the operating system and the NIC configuration, and it is provisioning state. So DEA target 1 is in the update state because it's still updating that IaaS agent extension. That's why it's in that state. So I think it will not work for this demo today, but that's okay. We can work everything with the DA target 2 VM where we are installing it. Let me just move it a little bit here. If anything else is there, no. So all the information is here. Okay, so now we are going to hold the value of this VM name and the resource group name in this variable, $VM. So we will just hold this value. And to install the IaaS agent extension, you use the command new AZ SQL VM. So it's not going to create a new SQL VM. It is going to create the SQL extension, right? And you have to give the resource group name, location of the resource group, and the license type, pay as you go, and which management mode. So I'm enabling it at the lightweight mode on the DEA target 2 VM. So let's run this command. So this takes a few minutes, like two or 3 minutes to work on it. And we can go here and see when this is installed. We will see in the extension here. So there is no I was going in the extension, so it will come up here. So it's not here yet. And also in this view that we were talking about, the DEA target 2 VM will come up here as well also. So it will take a couple of minutes. And this is not that it's failing. It's a service issue in Azure, Active Directory issue it's reporting. And also we will see here, not here, sorry. We will see that the logins will get created here. So there are a lot of ways we can verify that this IaaS agent extension is installed. So right now we don't see any of that. And then also we can see that in the services of the DE target that service will also come up here somewhere after my shadow copy. Yeah, after this it shows up here. So we will see that as well. So any questions in the chat that I have to answer?
Not yet, Ameena. We are good.
Okay. So it appeared. But it's saying not set. Let me refresh this view. Okay, so the refresh this is coming appeared, right? So this is I'm installing one at a time. One VM at a time. I did the lightweight mode. And if I go back to my VM, and again, I'm keep clicking the wrong one. Okay, and refresh this login. The login is not there yet. So login might not get created till we are in the full mode, because most of the management stuff it is doing will need in the full mode it does it. So let's go to the portal and see the behavior. So so agent is now here as well in the DM target. So now let's go to the VM itself, and we will go and so now this SQL Server configuration tab, which was not there before, now it is here. So we can manage SQL Server on this VM from the portal because of the extension. But remember, the extension is installed in the lightweight mode, right? So only thing you can do is you can change the license type. So if I click on it, it is taking me here. I can change the license type from pay-as-you-go to Azure Hybrid Benefit or HADR. What it is complaining is that for developer edition, these benefits are not available, right? So I will, if I change it to enterprise and then I go here, I can do it. And I have to confirm it that yeah, I do have an Azure Hybrid Benefit. If HADR, I do have a passive, and I have paid for the first node, and this is HADR node that is available. So I can change these two things. The other things are all not available. So let's go and update this to the full mode. So the command for that is update AZ SQL VM. And this time you don't have to provide the license type or the location. Only thing you have to provide the management type full, right? So you do the update AZ SQL VM. And again, this will take a couple of minutes to come up here. But in the inventory, we are going to see here that it will change to full mode here, right? And if we will come here in the full mode, we will see that login will also get created, and the service for lightweight, one service should be there. Okay, both services are created right now. So the services got created first, and it's doing other thing. It's going to create that login also behind the scene. So yeah, so those two services are created. And if I can show you that they are running under, right now the login is not there yet. So that's why it's not showing you, but the account will come up once that login gets created. Oh, here it is, login. Okay, so login is there, and you see it is in sysadmin. All right, so now let's go back to our portal and update the view. So this takes a while. The services get created, login got created. This takes some time. And if we come here and go here in the VM and okay, so SQL Server configuration tab, we come here. So now they are not grayed out. Same thing is here on the left side pane under the settings, and on the right side under these boxes, rectangular boxes, you are saying it is just saying it's not configured. If I want to, I can configure. So now we can talk about the benefits. We saw the license type we can change, and the storage configuration you can change the data and the log file size. So by default, this VM gave is F drive is for the data file 1 terabyte and the log file 1 terabyte, and 10 DB is not extendable. So if I want to extend this drive, I can choose it to go to. I can lower it also. I can go lower also, and by default P30 is selected. I can go to P40, P4 here. P40 is here, is 2 terabyte. I can do that. It increases the max IOPS, it increases the throughput, so the way you increase the throughput is increasing the size of the disk in VM. If I say apply, it will change it, but then we have to wait. So I don't want to do that, but I want to show you that you can do that. Other thing you can do is you can go in the patching, and currently only Windows and SQL Server updates marketed important are installed. Other SQL Server updates such as cumulative update must be installed manually. So it's basically you are using for Windows patching, for your VM. So you enable it, and then you can say the frequency, schedule. Either you want it daily or weekly. Choose the day, choose the time when it should start, and choose the maintenance window. This by default it's a 1 hour window. You can go up to I think 3 hours. You can go up to 3 hours window. So that means that I have this 3 hour of window available every day at 11 p.m. So starting at 11 p.m. you can maintenance can start. They can install the patches. So you can configure it. It's not very fine configuration, but it's still it gives you control on the selecting the day and the start time and the duration. Another thing you can do is the backups. So this is a great thing because the PaaS service does the automated backup, right? And in VM you are responsible for your backups, but you can let Azure do the VM when you have this IaaS extension. And you see that I'm in the portal. I'm doing everything from the portal here. If I enable it, I can choose the retention period of my backup. So it's by default, it's 30 days. I can reduce it 1 day to, by default, it's 30 days. You can choose how many days you want to keep the backup. Then you choose the storage account. So you have to create a storage account. So like I have a storage account here. So if I choose it, the backups will go here. And standard RAGRS, read access, geo redundant storage. Each backup will have 3 copies in different regions. So if one region goes down, my backups is in the other. So backups never get lost. It's so much redundancy, and this is the redundancy of the Azure backup storage. The way the product is made, it is built into the product, that redundancy. You don't have to pay extra or anything, or you don't have to configure. It is there. Encryption, if you want to enable the encryption, you want to back up the system database. Yes, option. If you don't want to back up the system database, you can do manually or not automated. Configure backup schedule. Here you can choose you want to do the daily. This is a full backup. You want to do daily full backup or weekly full backup. In PaaS services, by default, in PaaS you cannot change the schedule. In the PaaS service, like in managed instance and in Azure SQL database, full backup happens once a week, and differential backups happens every 12 hours. And transaction log backups happens between 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how busy your database is and what is the size of your data there. So that's the schedule is. So in VM, it is allowing us, if we want to have a daily backup, we could choose a daily backup. What time the backup should start, full backup time window, max is 2 hours. You can go up to, I think, 24 hours. So you can say, my database is 3-4 terabyte, it takes 12 hours, so I'm giving it 16 hours window to complete the backup. However you want to configure. And the log backup, by default, it's 1 hour. You can say minimum, you can say 5 minutes. So anywhere from 5 minutes to 1 hour, you can set up how frequently your log backup should happen. So you can manage that. Another benefit is, let's go here. You can manage the high availability. So you can create availability group and manage here as well. But this is showing me error. This SQL Server VM does not meet the prerequisite for creating an availability group. Join the current SQL Server VM to a domain. So my VM is not connected to the domain. So that's why you're not seeing it. Otherwise, you will see that you can manage your high availability group from here as well. Additional features, they are going to bring it, some R services, maybe there are other services going to be coming in here, so they're just putting in the bucket of additional services. There is one more thing you can do. Let me go in the overview. Yeah, Azure Key Vault integration. So if you want to bring your own encryption key and certificate, then you can bring it. You just have to provide the Key Vault information, and then you can say enable it, and you can provide all your information. Another thing you can choose is that how you want to connect to your SQL Server. So right now it is connecting on port 1433. Some people want to change that default port. So here is the place where you will change your default port, right? And then what type of connect? I have chosen private connectivity within the virtual network. You can choose the public over the internet or the local only inside the VM. Yeah, so these are the benefits there. So let's go back to our shell. It's completed, so full should be now there. Let's go to the view first and refresh it, and it's in full mode. As you see, that agent is on full mode, right? And it is giving you nice information about there. You can manage the view from here. You can say edit columns. There are other columns in here. You can add. If you drop down, you can see other columns are here as well. Okay, and then if we go to the remote desktop here, and if DA target 2, we already have the logins here. Services. Yeah, it is using that login, SQL IaaS extension query, the new login that is created. The other one is just run under the local system account. So this SQL IaaS query service is the one that gets installed when you are in the full mode, right here. All right, so now we will unregister it, and then we will go for the automatic. How much time I have left?
Ameena, you have about 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, that's good. 10 minutes will be good enough. Okay, so now we will go and remove. So when I'm saying that remove AZ SQL VM, it's not going to remove SQL Server from the VM, or it's not going to remove the VM. It's just going to remove the extension, which makes it possible for us to manage from here, from the portal that we are managing everything. So this, if you look at Azure SQL VM, we are in the SQL virtual VM. So if we go here, so this option, SQL Server configuration, this will go away. So when we uninstall the extension. So that's what we are going to do. Remove AZ SQL VM, and we already have the name of this D target 2 VM. Again, this will take a couple of minutes to do it. And once it does it, so what happens? What happens? The login remains. The login does not go away. So if you uninstall the agent completely, you have to come here and remove the login as well. But the services gets removed, right? The view gets updated, and that it will. So you will not be able to see it anymore in this view. If I'm uninstalling it, you will not. This VM will not appear. So this is a dashboard where you can see all your hundreds and thousands of VMs. You have one dashboard to see everything. You have a SQL Server 2008 VMs. You can see it here as well, right? And you are seeing that which one has a management mode. And right now, it does not matter that you don't have to restart SQL Server service. So it doesn't make sense, if you want to go a lightweight mode, why don't go full mode? It doesn't matter. You don't have to restart the service now. So I don't know if in the future they will remove the lightweight mode, because that was the differentiation between the two. Again, in the lightweight mode, you only can change the license type and the edition. But other things you cannot do. So it depends on if some companies, do not want to allow people to manage those SQL administration type of stuff from the portal, then they might want to keep it in the lightweight mode. Okay, and so let's complete the PowerPoint in the meantime. I don't know if I can share it again. I don't think so. Let me bring this here, the whole PowerPoint here. Okay, so there are some resources that I wanted to talk about. So I don't know if I want me to put it in the chat, these links.
Yeah, you can do the private chats.
Through private chat? Okay.
On the right-hand side.
Yeah. Yeah, this came out something differently, but I don't see in the link.
You can always email me and then I'll give it to audience.
Yeah, because these are links. See, these are links. Yeah, I think if you copy it and put it in your Word document, they will be links there. Okay, so that's what about it. Let me refresh it here. So see, that VM is gone. So the extension is removed. So that remove AZ SQL command completed. So you see, you no longer see it. And also, if you go here and look at the services, that services, if I refresh it, these two services will disappear. Yeah, it's no longer there. They're gone. And if we go in the login will still be there. Yeah, login is still there. So you have to go and manually remove the logins. Okay, it doesn't work that way. It's my mouse thing. All right, so you just use the drop login command and you drop it this way. Okay, so now we will go ahead and do the automatic registration. So this view that I'm showing you, how you get to this view, only type SQL virtual machine in here, and that's the view here. And from this view, you see here the button automatic SQL Server VM registration. So what this will do, any SQL Server in the subscription that does not have this extension, it is going to install it. And any new VM that you created, self-installed Azure SQL VM, they will also get the extension. So when we let me turn it on because it will take some time. So not this is subscription. I am doing this in this subscription. And you have to accept the terms of agreement and then register. And this is running behind the scene. So when this starts, when this runs, every day, once a day, a job runs behind the scene to check all the VMs in your subscription. You are enabling this at the subscription level. So you are going to see that once it will notice the SQL Server binaries in those VMs, it will install the agent and it will install it in the lightweight mode. So automatic registrations are good, so you don't have to keep track of it or keep forgetting about it. All your SQL Server VM will eventually get the extension. And once you see everything in the dashboard, and if you see those are lightweight mode, then you can enable them in the full mode, whichever you want. You have the freedom to choose which one you want to convert into full mode. So the command I showed you, you can also use Azure CLI to do that. Programmatically, you can write a script and you can add more VMs names in there to do that. So the links that I have provided, it gives you the PowerShell script for automatic registration also. I'm showing you in the portal how to do it, but you can do it through the script as well. Unfortunately, if I want to disable automatic SQL Server VM registration, I cannot do it from the portal. For that, I have this command here, unregister AZ provider feature. Feature name is bulk registration, and its provider. So it's just going to do this at the subscription level. So whatever SQL Server has the agents installed, it is not going to remove those. It is just disabling this automatic. So newer SQL Server that you are going to create, those will not be those will not get the IaaS agent extension. But those SQL Server in the subscription which got it when it was enabled, they will still have it. You have to manually remove it from each server. Yeah. So so if you see here, automatic registration has completed on subscription. It says that, but if I try to do it again here, I will get a message here. See, automatic registration has already been enabled for subscription Azure interns. Oh, so it has enabled it. Okay. Otherwise, it will say it is in the process of enabling it. So now it is enabled it. And if I but my DEA target 2 VM, it will not show here. If I come tomorrow, it will be there because that job runs once a day, once in 24 hours to check all the VMs in my machine. And there is I had 3 VMs, or both of them will show up here because they both will get the IaaS agent extension. So that's all I have. Let me just run this uncomment so I can finish my demo cleanly. So this is disabling this automatic registration. Any question anyone has?
Yeah, Ameena, we have a question in from the comments. Manik is asking, I have put on the screen, if the VM has multiple named SQL instances, will the IaaS agent extension work seamlessly?
Yeah, it is supposed to work seamlessly because the login will be the same. There is only one login. Those 2 services are created. So I have not tried it, but conceptually speaking, there should not be any difference because if you are providing the correct name here of the DA target 2 VM, and suppose there is an instance 1, so if you're providing it in the correct syntax, it should work. I have not tested it.
Okay, so there's another question coming from Sandeep. He's asking, can we install IaaS on-prem SQL Server version?
No, it is not on-prem version. You cannot. It is only for Azure, and I don't think it is in the pipeline. But with Azure Arc, things are changing. Once it might have the capability, but just for on-prem. Yeah, I get this question every time when I present that it is for on-prem. Yeah, no, this is only for Azure.
I think that's all we have as the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We finished on time. Appreciate the opportunity, and thank you everyone for sticking around.
I really want to thank you, Ameena, for accepting the invitation. Really appreciate it. I know it's a work day, people have work to do, but still you're taking out time and contributing to the community. I really appreciate for all that you do. We are hosting you for the very first time, but we'll definitely love to have you back whenever you are available. We do many events around the calendar. I mean, for the year 2021, we are committed to do 21 events like this. And last year we did 20 events in 2020. It's 2021, so 2021, and apart from this, we also do live shows that we see. That's the logic. And apart from that, we also stream on Learn TV, Channel 9, and other destinations. So yeah, we would love to host you there too. Thank you so much, Ameena, once again. And yeah, have a nice day ahead, and hope to see you soon. Ta-da.
Yes,
Take care.
bye-bye. Bye.
All right. Now here comes the final part. This is the final session of Cloud Summit 2021. We have had, okay, I'm gonna share the stats later on, but I'm really excited for the next speaker because she's joining us from a very different time zone. We don't have many speakers from the Oceanic region, but I'm glad that our final speaker of Cloud Summit 2021, the final speaker is Anupma Natarajan. She's a Microsoft MVP for data and AI consultant. And in today's session, she's going to talk about introducing MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring her to the live show. Hi Anupma, welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. I know it's very morning at your place, so thanks for your time. Starting your day with Cloud Summit 2021. So yeah, Anupa, I don't think I'll take any more of your time. Okay, please feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then we can get started.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just get something sorted here. Yeah, while we are doing that, just sorting out my primary monitor here. Just bear with
Yeah,
me a
it's
sec.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can do that. Until then, I can do. I can talk. Yeah. So yeah, this is the final session of the day. If you have any questions for Anupama, she's going to talk about. We have had many sessions around DevOps, version control, and all that. But this session is about DevOps, but lean towards machine learning. We have not had
That's
any
right.
session around MLOps until now. So definitely, I believe it's a very niche topic and a unique session to go ahead and learn. So yeah, please feel free to go ahead and ask a question. And after this, we are going to end the summit. We'll spend around 10 more minutes to just wrap it up, uh, this summit. And yeah, then we should be good. And I think I have your screen, Anupma. I have added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Great. Thanks, Simon, and thanks everyone for participating in this Cloud Summit. And I understand it's a 10-day summit, and thanks for all the organizers who are organizing and putting through such a great summit that spans for at least 10 days here. And yeah, kudos to everyone who are doing the work behind the scenes. And thanks, Simon, being the front face for all these events. So yes, I'm happy to present you the final session of the Cloud Summit 2021, which is introducing ML Ops. I think this is everyone would have heard about this term ML Ops, but would have been surprised what does ML Ops mean and how does it fit when it comes to DevOps, because we have another term called DevOps, which has been extensively used also. So MLOps is nothing but DevOps for machine learning. And that's what we are going to look at. And why do we need a separate term like that? And why can't we encompass like DevOps itself to do machine learning? We will be looking at those things. So this is going to be more like an intro session, just to introduce the concepts of ML ops and best practices, why there is a need for ML ops, and so on. And I'm Anupama Natarajan, your speaker for today's session. And a little bit about myself. I have 20 plus years experience working in the IT industry, Microsoft MVP for AI, and a certified trainer and a speaker. I do consulting as well as training, and I love using my real world experiences in my talks and also in my trainings. And this is where I can bring in some of the things around what people really do in the real world and how technologies can help them in order to get better outcomes. I do organize a lot of events around the Wellington, New Zealand. So I belong to Wellington, New Zealand, and I work for my own company called Pearl Innovations Limited. So if you need to reach out to me post this particular session, feel free to reach out to me on my like any of my social media channels. Cool. So let us start with the agenda. So we will look at what ML Ops is to start with, and then we will be looking at why do we need ML Ops. So what is the main reason we need to have ML ops? There should be some criteria, right? And also, what are the common machine learning challenges which organizations are going through? Everyone talks about artificial intelligence, and every organization needs to embrace artificial intelligence, but no one realizes some of the common challenges that organizations face with machine learning as well as with AI. Then we will look at where does ML ops fit in comparison to DevOps. And as I said, why do we need the two terminologies? Why can't they be the same? We will look at some MLOps best practices, and finally, I will also take some questions around that. And of course, like when we talk about MLOps, it's all about concepts, right? But we will also look at Azure machine learning and how Microsoft, when they developed Azure machine learning, they have taken into account of some of these machine learning challenges which organizations had already got, and how they have embraced that in the tooling itself. Cool. So without any delay, let us move on to our first slide. So what is ML Ops? So we all know what DevOps is, right? So I'm not going to go and explain that, but we will talk about that in a separate slide. So ML Ops is nothing but a set of practices which will help data scientists and developers to deploy machine learning models into production. Like any other software, like when you write applications, right, you create it in dev environment, and then you have to test it into a QA environment, and then you deploy it into your production environment. So same concept is there for machine learning models also. So you create your models, and of course we will see what it takes to create a model, and this model needs to be tested, and then this model needs to be deployed. And also, like with machine learning, we have got this iterative cycle which I will talk about. And so which means like this has to be a iterative process where things will be deployed in production, fine tuned again, tested again, redeployed again. So you need a process that will allow for this iteration to happen. So what ML Ops allows you to do is like it gives you a set of practices which any resources within your organization who can use it in order to do faster experimentation, develop their models, test their models, and deploy their models into production. And the good thing about is because it is a set of practices and processes, you will have a good lineage. When I say talk about a lineage, it's where I start to where I end, which is an important aspect when it comes to machine learning, because everything starts in machine learning with data. I think we are hitting correctly into our the life cycle of the data science. So everything starts with data. So you understand the problem, what you are trying to solve, and once you know this is the problem I'm trying to solve, then you will be start focusing around the data. What data I require in order to solve this problem. So this data can come from different data sources. So you can have an on-premises data source that can provide this data. You can have cloud data sources, or even you can have like third-party websites and providing the data for your machine learning models. So the point here is everything starts with the data. But when it comes to data, right, the key aspect here is a versioning of your data. That is an important thing, because you need to know when you created a model, which is your final output, what was the version of the data that's being used, and how do you make sure like if you want to rerun the test that you will be getting the same results. And so that is one of the important aspect, and starting from the first step here, which is data acquisition and understanding itself, you have to start thinking about these things. So then what we will be start looking at doing is like we will just look at like doing a lot of scoring and performance monitoring and type of things around deployment. So data acquisition, creating your scoring with the help of models. So that includes like, okay, I have to figure out like, okay, what is the problem I'm trying to solve, and what is the model I'm going to create, and what parameters that I require for this model. A classic example people normally ask me is when you do machine learning models, how much data is required? So there are two aspects to that. When we talk about how much data, I will be looking at in two aspects. One is like, are we talking about how many rows we need, or are we talking about how many columns we need? So when it comes to rows, the more volume of data you can use it for training purposes is well and good. When it comes to columns, right? So then again, the important aspect here is what is really required in order to solve that business problem. So you may have 100 columns in your data, but not all the 100 columns will be needed. So what you have to look at in the aspect of is like how many columns are going to contribute for that problem statement that you have got. Those columns alone is required to be included in creating your models. So that comes how you actually design on which features that you want to use in your models, which is pretty much the columns I'm talking here. How do you fine tune things over there to get the better outcome? And then finally, once the model is ready, then you will think about deployment. And then finally, once deployment is done, it's all about consumption from your clients. So this is a typical like a data science life cycle or even a machine learning model life cycle. But there are a lot of challenges that come when we talk about this thing. So this is not just a one time process where we finish it and we say like, okay, we released it and now we can move on to the next problem. If it is such a simple thing, we won't be even talking about MLOps. But this is how a traditional machine learning process will look like. You can look at this and you can think about this is similar to your software development or software development lifecycle process. People think about it, but there are some variations when it comes to machine learning process, which I'll talk about. And one thing is one of the complexity that you don't have with your software development lifecycle is data versioning. So you would be never versioning your data. You will be versioning your schema, but not the data level. And that is something to keep in mind where here the data versioning is also an important aspect when it comes to machine learning process. So, what are the common machine learning challenges every organization faces? More and more organizations starting to experiment or embrace AI, and they always find like a machine learning is the first step if they want to touch around anything to do with AI. If you look at this life cycle, which we saw in the previous slide, as you know, managing this entire life cycle is really complicated. So the organizations, they have to find out like what is the data that they have to do, version it, they have to version the code, they have to version like manage the model environments, and of course they have to like version and maintain the machine learning model itself. So other than that, we have got monitoring deployment aspects also as part of that life cycle. So all these things, when you move it into production, it is going to add more complexity than what you can think of. Apart from that, the few other challenges they organizations face is because cross team alignment. Because if you're working on a machine learning model, right, sometimes there will be one team dedicated to do one thing, and that is always going to be a challenge. So in case of like how do you go and maintain, how do you like cross pollinate the team so that you can use your resources more efficiently. The second part is like having a standard and repeatable process. So if you're thinking about manually creating your models and deploying your models, and I think you will reach into a bottleneck so soon. Without any automated or repeatable processes, you have to reinvent the wheel every time, and the learning curve is going to be really expensive for your organization. Following by that is your resources. So if you're thinking about using manual processes and you have like a data scientist in your organization, asking them to do like trivial tasks like okay data cleansing tasks or rerunning the same thing again and again, because that's not where you want to utilize their knowledge. Rather than you need to utilize their knowledge to come up with the solutions to solve better problems in your organization. So that is one of the challenge you have got. If you have like those type of resources tied in doing the machine learning life cycle like day in day out, then probably you won't have the time to actually solve real problems that you have got in your organization. Auditability and explainability. So if you are creating models, you have to meet some regulatory standards and performance. So what it really means is like at any point in time, you should be able to generate saying, okay, what data sets that you used in order to generate a model to provide this outcome. And you should be able to replay that at any point in time. So even back in 6 months, can you replay that model that you have used? Because that's what used as something to make an important decision, like a simple decisions, like if someone is approving a loan or something and you used a machine learning model to do that, and in 6 months time if someone wasn't happy in the way how they have been declined an approval for the loan, you will be able to ask to replay that model how it was running 6 months ago. So which means it's not an easy task to do that unless and until you tag them and you version control everything properly so that you can replay them. And explainability, is if you have a model says like, okay, the model gives you an output, but it doesn't explain you like how it come to that or arrive to that conclusion, then probably this is going to create more confusions for the end users, as well as there won't be any trust in your model. Because if a model can't explain how it arrived into a particular conclusion, then that is also is going to be a problem in terms of using your model. So some of these challenges you can think of that can be similar to your application development, but some challenges are more specific to machine learning. So in terms of like the auditability and like where the data comes into play, as I said, and the resources, because the type of resources we'll be using, sometimes it's even hard to find in the market because we are talking here about domain experts. Okay. So these are some of the ML challenges which every organization faces. The reason I'm highlighting this slide a lot is I worked for a client. I think this would have been like 6 or 7 years ago. And one of the reason the client came to us was like they were doing machine learning, not with Azure or cloud or anything at that time. It was pretty much like they were using a lot of R scripts. And they said like, okay, they came to us and said like, Anupama, like we are doing machine learning, we have scripts sitting in here, we have documentation sitting in here, and we have got some models are in production, and what we are lacking is that lineage, the end to end of like, okay, that auditability, right? So when I want to replay this particular model, like how it executed 6 months ago, they don't have any idea around how do they put to that together in order to regenerate the results. Every time when they try to do that, they get a different result. And that is where they were struggling, and they were coming to us to say like, okay, is there any tools that you can suggest that will help us to solve this problem? So if you look at a lot of organizations, they have been doing machine learning. It's not that they haven't been doing it, but they didn't have a proper, like what do you say, like the environment in terms of resources. With cloud, that problem has been solved. And also like they have all these challenges that we were talking about. And that's what like with the MLOps, processes like MLOps and Azure Machine Learning, they are helping the organizations to overcome some of these challenges. So why do we need MLOps then? So we looked at like a lot of organizations, when they start talking about artificial intelligence and things, they are going to think about machine learning. So machine learning comes in two flavors, as you know. Like one is the flavor where you can use pre-built machine learning like cognitive services, so where you can just use the vision APIs or the forms recognizer and stuff. So they are like pretty much integrating the APIs with your existing applications and so on. So you're not actually creating a model or anything in there. But where MLOps comes into play is where you are creating custom models. So if you are using machine learning in order to create custom models to do predictions in your organization, that's where MLOps comes into play. So what you have to do is like one of the thing around why we are using ML ops is around enabling continuous experimentation and comparison against a baseline model. So sometimes what happens is you would have created a model with some data, and you had a business problem that you are actually trying to solve. And your model would have given great predictions for that problem. But in 3 months' time, one of your colleague tries and develops a new model, which actually does better than the old model. So then it's like the question you have got in your manager or someone in your organization will have got is like, oh, okay, so this model which your colleague has developed is giving better results. How can we just implement that model without disrupting what is already happening? So which means like you have to recreate some of the models and explain the model's prediction if there are any if there are any biased information are going to be displayed. So I'll talk about like ethics in AI in a later slide, but this is a common thing that you will see in your organization, which is someone creates a model but someone comes up with a better model, and then the organization finds out like, okay, how can we take the new model and put that in place without disrupting our business. The second part is around monitoring the incoming data to detect any data drift. So data is not like you feed it for the first time and then it stops. Data is a continuous thing that gets fed to your organization. So what it really means is when new data is coming, you need to still reevaluate your model to see whether still gives the better outcomes and whether the accuracy of your predictions are still intact. If it is not, then probably like that's what we call it as data drift. And then you need to figure out like, okay, so if that is something like that, then how do we go and fix it? So identify whether is this the right data that is causing it, or is it something like a dirty data that has come to the environment that is causing this drift. So that's another reason why having ML ops will be good, because this is data is a continuous flow. Trigger model retraining and setting up a rollback just in case. This is exactly for the task I was talking about, right? So you have an application which is using your model. You suddenly like changed your model and it started giving like abnormal results or something. You need the ability to roll back to the previous model quite easily without like, oh, okay, I need to go back to overall and redo things and recreate models and stuff. That's not going to be so. You need to have an easy rollback mechanism, and also like the ability to create reusable pipelines which you can apply for both training as well as the scoring purposes. So that's well known thing. So any pipeline, when data is coming new, you need to have the ability for rerunning or reevaluating your models also. So that process has to be like end to end and iterative. So which leads us to take you through the complete machine learning life cycle here. So part of the machine learning life cycle is you train and test the model with the data that you have got. So this is the biggest work, I would say, when it comes to machine learning models. So this preparation includes like you need to get the data, you need to identify what are the features or the call like variables I told you that is going to contribute for that particular problem. So for instance, if you want to say like I want to predict a credit risk, you need to know about the customer age, what is their account size and the account age and so on. So these are some of the attributes that will influence that decision. So these are important to identify. Then you need to choose the right algorithm, and then you need to create the model and train the model and test the model. So normally people use the 70-30 ratio. So they take 70% of the data to train the model and 30% of the data to test the trained model to see whether it is still yielding the right results. Then you package the model, you validate the model, and then this you keep on repeating that steps every time when new data comes in. And then finally, once you're happy with your model, you deploy it, and then as usual you need to like monitor and go for the retraining process. So this is actually a process that will be happening continuously in your environment, especially depending on whether you have real-time data coming to your organization or like a batch processing, like whether the data is coming through a batch process. So as you can see here, like there is a lot of work that needs to happen. It's not about just this part, which is creating the model and trying the model, but it also like other aspects of that. And this is like there is an operational aspect to that, which is the ongoing stuff and also ongoing monitoring of your models. So we talked about some of the aspects of ML ops, and we also know what DevOps is. And if people who are new to DevOps, as you know, like which will help your application deployment processes much easier. So you can take an application and pretty much like take the source code and put that through a build and a release pipeline, and quite happily you can deploy it across different environments. And that's what DevOps is. It's all about how do you take your application all the way to production. Same thing with ML ops. It's all about taking your models all the way through to production. So where does it change, and why do we need a different thing called ML ops in here? So in ML ops, like it talks about data science projects or machine learning projects. They are totally different than the application development projects. So for instance, like sometimes you will be given a business problem and you won't be even know like whether you will be able to solve the problem or not. So in application development, you will know like, okay, like can I build an application for this or not? That's straight away to make that decision. But when it comes here, they will give a problem and say like, okay, can you come back and say, can you make predictions of like how many sales will be happening with these factors, keeping in mind of these factors. sometimes you may not have enough data sets to do that prediction, or sometimes you will be even come to a conclusion saying machine learning is not going to help us to solve this problem. So normally what data scientists do is around an exploratory testing. So this is just going and figuring out, okay, this is the problem. I will do an exploratory data analysis, and then I will find out whether the project can go beyond this stage or not. So that is the first thing they will be doing. And also data science lifecycle, as we saw, requires more an adaptive way of working. So adaptive way is like there is a lot of experimentation that will be happening, and that there will be a lot of fine tuning will be happening. And as you can see here, like the type of model you are selecting, so it's not like only one thing we will do and it will be done. Sometimes I have to choose different models, because 10 models, 15 models to give as to see whether which model is build going to yield the right results to that problem. So which means that there is a lot of work involved in this experimentation and development. Data quality requirements and availability will constrain your work environment. You have to have the right data, as I said, because sometimes you may even have no data at all, but you will be thinking about doing predictions. The predictions may be incorrect to start with, but sometimes organizations acknowledge that, but they start collecting the data and things will gradually will move on. So sometimes you may start working in the landscape where things may not go as you think about. And machine learning requires a greater operational effort also, because there is a lot of cleansing process you need to do, profiling process you need to do, and also like the entire infrastructure that is required in order to run the loads of data. Sometimes we will be talking about terabytes and terabytes of data that you require. And if you have that much of data, then the accuracy of your models will be great. But then you need to have that level of infrastructure, along with that security, because you're dealing with huge volumes of data, right? So security plays an important role in there. These are the things that are not there in your application development. You're not dealing with the data, that much volume of the data as part of your like your process itself. So you will be dealing with the data saying, okay, I will take a sample of the data, or I will just what do you say, like mask the data and work in my for my application development. Sometimes here, like some of the level of masking, we can do masking to a certain extent, but some of the uh, selection criteria, we can't mask them. We need that real data in order to get the accuracy of the models. So the volume of the data we are dealing with will automatically will bring a lot of issues around data quality, security, and governance related aspects in here. And machine learning teams require specialists and domain experts. As I mentioned before, if you don't have an automated process, then probably you will be using a lot of your domain experts and things in doing the day to day, the same old continuous pieces of work. And that's where like you need to be clear around like once you automate it, then your domain experts can move on solving the next level of problem. So that tells you like why there is a separate discipline called MLOps is really required instead of using DevOps. But we will be still using the DevOps practices and things. The concepts are going to be the same, but the way how we implement MLOps is going to be a bit different because of the data, the different set of artifacts that we'll be using with machine learning. So if you are thinking like after listening to the talk here, and if you are planning to adopt ML ops in your next machine learning project, what are the things that you have to like, or the key principles that you have to follow? So the first one is to version control your code, data, and experimentation outputs. So you have here, like with application development, you don't have to worry about the data because the data doesn't tell how the application works or anything. It contributes on how to use your application, but your application's quality is not determined by the data. It's more around like, okay, you don't get what do you say, like either you'll be able to add records or update records in there. But if you look at machine learning models, your data has got a direct influence on the quality of your models. So if you don't have the right data in there, then you won't have the right results, which means versioning of your code, versioning of your data, and versioning of your experimentation outputs, which is your models, sorry, they are really important. So the next one is use multiple environments. So segregate your development testing environment from your production. So sometimes like a lot of organizations think about, oh, it's really expensive to provision multiple environments, especially on the cloud. So what I would suggest is, if that is the case, at least to keep a separate non-production and production environment. So those two environments are really important, and you need to have a tight access control between these environments. So keep a better access control between these environments too. And manage your infrastructure and configurations as code. I think this is a practice which everyone is doing in application development itself. So if you are having like any provisioning any infrastructure, or writing any code, or setting up any configurations, make them to use as infrastructure as code or configurations as code. I don't need to reiterate the advantage of doing that. It's mainly because you can version control them. So if you're creating a pipeline, or if you're creating configurations, always keep it in your source control. Exactly for this type of thing, where if you want to go back and recreate the models as if it was running 6 months ago, if you don't version control them, you won't be able to do that. Track and manage your machine learning experiments. So you should be able to know like what is the performance of your experiments, so that like you can see whether the experiments were successful, or whether they were taking a long amount of time, whether it requires fine tuning and stuff. So you need to keep a track of the things, of how many experiments have been successful, how many has been failure, how many experiments have been meeting your KPIs and stuff. Test your code, validate the data integrity as well as the model quality, which I think every organization will do, especially if you are using machine learning models. Otherwise, they won't even go down this path. And use machine learning continuous integration and delivery. So typical to applications, like you can create your pipelines for your machine learning models, and also for the models to be deployed to the different environments for the applications to consume. Final thing is around monitoring. So monitoring also is an important aspect when it comes to machine learning. So when you're operationalizing your environment, make sure like you set up monitoring to identify any data or model drift, or also to understand whether you want to trigger any alerts and things. So one of the key advantage of creating your models on Azure machine learning is you have the capability to incorporate that with the Azure DevOps for your CI/CD pipelines, and you can use the Azure Monitor in order to integrate your monitoring and triggering your alerts and stuff all from one place. So these are some of the key principles that you have to keep in mind for MLOps. So key practices when it comes to MLOps. So what is the business value that you get out of the MLOps is model reproducibility. As I said, at any point in time, you will be able to just recreate. So sometimes you may do 2 or 3 models within the same iteration. The business will say, okay, you did the first one, right? What was the accuracy level? Okay, 90%. Can you alter this attributes, rerun that again? So they create second model that may be like 89% only. Then they will say like, oh, can we go back to the first model? So which means at any point in time, you should be able to manage your assets that created that model, like the environments, the code, the data sets, and so that you can any point in time can recreate it. So the recreation process I was talking about, right, like the reproducing the models, it's not only from legislative or compliance purposes. Sometimes when you are working with your models itself, you may need to go back to okay, for every iteration you need to track what was used in there. Then comes your model validation. So you have to validate your model, and this, as I said, like you will be testing your models with a various set of parameters to say, like as I said, 70 to 30% ratio, right? 70% will be used in training purposes, and 30% you will be taking in order to for testing purposes. If you think about like you are creating a model for a healthcare provider, and if you are working on a life or death situations, like you would like to prefer to have false positive diagnosis rather than a high rate of accuracy that misses the diagnosis itself. So this is where depending on the use case for which you are creating the model, you need to do a lot of validation and testing on your models. And sometimes like when you create a new model, right, than your previous model, then you should see whether it performs better than the previous one on some of the key metrics that you are measuring. That is also an important aspect, quality aspect that you have to consider. The first time when you generate a model, no issues, but the subsequent models, you need to make sure if you are going to deploy this model in production, what is the value that it is adding than the previous one. Then comes your model deployment, which we said it's all about making sure you work on infrastructure as code, use scalable infrastructures. Like historically, we had constraints around infrastructure with a lot of cloud providers Azure, AWS, and Google, and also with container concepts the Azure containers that we have got, as well as orchestration mechanisms like Kubernetes. So they gives you a better way of storing huge volumes of data, helps you to process a lot of those data with the infrastructure that you can provision on the cloud easily, and you can scale them easily. So good thing around the model deployment is once the model is created, I think if I recollect it, like a few years ago, you still need to have connect to the Azure portal to talk to your models. This is like few years ago. But now you can take the model, run them in your IoT devices. That's like edge, all your edge devices and stuff. So that is much more. So you don't need to worry about connecting to Azure or anything. You get the data, collect the data within that device itself. The model will be running, and you can evaluate the results of the data then and there to provide the outcome. So you don't need to push that. There is no need to push the data or to the Azure cloud in order to evaluate the results. Model retraining, as I know, this is like your end of your process, but again, this is the start of your maintenance side. So the first three is more around, I would say, start from the development perspective. Retraining is more from an operational perspective. So you keep monitoring for the metrics that you want to measure, and if you suddenly see like a new data is coming but your threshold or the prediction values are differing hugely from previous, then probably you have to reiterate for a retraining of your models. So we talk about machine learning, we talked about MLOps. So there is something called as AI factories, which is all about bringing best practices when it comes to machine learning. So like any other projects that you do, even machine learning projects require like a governance, and you need to have an area of maintaining your assets, like reference architectures and things where people can go and read about things. Then, of course, ML Ops. This is the one which we are more focusing on around having infrastructure as code, model management, introducing continuous integration and delivery, managing your code repository so that you can manage version control in there. And from an operations perspective, I would say ML Ops includes part of these things too, which involves like logging and monitoring, creating dashboards and reports, and also like identifying data drift so that you can reinitiate the retraining process. So that is something to keep in mind. These are some of the best practices which Microsoft put themselves for people to like follow when it comes to machine learning. So what are the things you have to do if you want to do ML ops at an organization scale? So you can may have a data science team in your organization, and they can manage a lot of machine learning use cases internally. But what will ML ops will provide you is for your project teams is better quality, reliability, and maintenance of the solutions. So if it is a single use case, easy. But when you start doing machine learning models for multiple use cases, that's where the problem comes into play. So as the number of use cases grow in your organization, the management of those processes and it will automatically grow. And also like the skill set required by your team also has to be improved or increased. So the key thing is one of the thing you need to have is to have a standardized and repeatable architectural patterns. So even for machine learning, you have machine learning patterns. So I think there is a few presentations which has already been done around this. If you jump onto YouTube and search for mission, which is around machine learning design patterns. So typically how you have design patterns for application development, machine learning also has got common practices that you can follow to solve the machine learning problems. And documenting those type of patterns and socializing that within your team will help you to manage ML ops at an organization scale. Facilitate cross team collaboration and sharing. This is again really important. So one of the thing you have to do is like make sure your team understand the different aspects of ML ops. So not about just building the models alone, then how do they execute the pipelines, how do they do the monitoring aspects of that and alerting. So I'm not saying asking them to manually do that, but your team has to be cross skilled in such a way they will be able to go and work on a model, do that. In one project they may create the model, in another project they may be just setting up alerts and monitoring for another model. So cross train them as much as possible. Set up project templates, and this is really important. So you can set up templates which people can just take a copy of that and start customizing, and use a centralized data management. And a lot of people or in the organizations, what I have noticed is they have a shared repository for data. So they say like, okay, these are trust data that you can trust and use them, which I think few people use it like, okay, this is our centralized enterprise data warehouse. So anything that comes in the data, we have a separate governance team who manages that. So that's what I was talking about. So you may have like a certified data sets that you can use within your organization itself. Try and centralize your data management, because then you can avoid a lot of discrepancies in your data. Use shared utilities. So as much as utilities that you have got, make sure that you share it. So this includes like having an enterprise shared dashboards, so you can see monitoring of different models and things in one place. And also like use error logging and collection of telemetry, everything's to be fed through like Azure monitor metrics. So if you have multiple machine learning projects, make sure they all follow the same processes. Error handling in the similar fashion, monitoring in the similar fashion, triggering alerts in a similar fashion. So then, which means you can bring all those things into a centralized dashboard. So you don't need to worry about separate teams managing or monitoring the model separately. You can centralize them together. So these you may think are simple things that everyone should be doing, but if you go and look at it, like people treat machine learning as like, oh, I'm working on just one problem, I'm solving it, but they don't have that visibility of who are the other people within the organization still doing the model itself. So if you have an ML team in your organization, make sure like you have a central hub with all the links to all the artifacts. So this can be a team site or a SharePoint site, and make sure like you have a training and like an induction designed for each role. So because one person can be a ML engineer, the other person can be a data scientist. So you need to have things appropriate for them. But as I said, cross pollination is also important. But this is like just to start with what is the part of their role. And how to videos, doing a readiness assessment, saying like, okay, so one of the thing, as I said you like is around doing exploratory testing, right? So without exploratory testing, sometimes it is really hard for us to know whether is it worth continuing it or stop the project there then and there itself. So this is what we call it as readiness assessment. So what are the things that you have to consider before you make a decision on whether it is worthwhile continuing with this machine learning project or not. So before I come back to responsible AI, so just I'll touch on some of the principles, but I think we will look at in depth later. So some of the models that you create, right, you have to keep into account of ethics. Ethics in AI is really important. So what it really means is AI should be fair and inclusive, and it has to be accountable for its decision, and it shouldn't discriminate or hinder any races or disabilities or background when it is making those things. So if you look at it, common things you need to find out is if you're coming up with a model that is doing predictions, you need to able to explain it in a way that none of this things have been bypassed. So you haven't made decisions based on ethical reasons, or you didn't do any racial discriminations to come up with a decision. And sometimes people don't purposefully do that. Sometimes your data may not have enough that you may not have enough data which may drive you to do that. So you have to keep in mind of those things before you just use that model for making predictions. So responsible AI, important aspect to consider in your machine learning. So I talked about a lot of Azure ML, like MLOps related concepts, but Azure ML comes up with its own capabilities. So with the Azure ML and Azure DevOps, pretty much you can manage your data sets, experiments, models, and all the assets that you require for your machine learning end to end quite easily. So what does Azure Machine Learning gives you? You will be able to create reproducible machine learning pipelines. You can create reusable software environments. You can register, package, and model and deploy your models from anywhere. You can do governance of your data. You can notify and alert on events in the learning lifecycle. You can monitor your machine learning applications. Of course, you can automate the end-to-end lifecycle. So we talked about all these things, right? Let me quickly show you. So what I have got here is just a machine learning service that I have provisioned. Okay, so just on my Azure resource group here. So I have got a machine learning service provision, and just click on this service. I can launch the studio, which is going to open my machine learning studio. I'm not going to do any creation of models or anything here, but I just wanted to walk you through like what this studio actually, why Microsoft created this Azure Machine Learning Studio, and how does it help you with ML Ops. Okay, so as you all know, like you can create your models with Azure Machine Learning in multiple ways. One is using your notebooks. So notebooks is you can create your own Jupyter notebooks, and you can write your own code, Python code, and then you can build your models. Great. So this is good, but you have to build your own way of deploying that using Azure DevOps pipelines and things. The other option you have got is your automated ML. Automated ML is for common problems where like price predictions, or if you want to just do some common machine learning problems, which is common across a lot of domains, right? These things, what you can do is you can pretty much provide your data set, and machine learning will automatically go and apply different algorithms, and it will also highlight to you and say like this is the best model that you should be using for the solving this particular problem or for your price prediction purposes. So currently it supports only 3 scenarios, and so automated machine learning is what first thing I will be looking at, because you can create your model without writing single line of code, which is well and good. And also you don't want to use your data scientist expensive time, try to do these things for try to address some of the common problems that you have got. But the point of discussion is not that. The next one is the designer. So the designer is again another way of creating machine learning models using a graphical user interface. In a nutshell, there are 3 ways how you can create machine learning models using the Azure Machine Learning Studio. So the key thing is around the assets. So when you are creating machine learning models using the studio, right, you have area where you can store your data sets. So you can create your data sets, you can version control them. Everything is done within this environment itself. You can create your experiments. Each and every experiment and its runs will be tracked. So you will know exactly which experiments you ran at which time. So that gives you that data. So you will know I ran this experiment for this model on this date, and then it will be pretty much version control. So what time it was submitted, what time it was completed, and what was the computer target that you were using. I'll talk about what that one is shortly. So any pipelines that you are running, so this includes like endpoints that you have created. So when I talk about endpoints, these are the machine learning endpoints your applications will be connecting to. So they will be versioned and maintained here. All your models that you create will be listed in here. All the endpoints that you have created will be created in here. So all the assets, pretty much everything that we talked about that needs to be considered for a machine learning thing. And this is where you can see the comparative study between normal application development versus machine learning model development. As you can see, the different artifacts that we are collecting here. So a classic example is I don't every time when I debug applications, right, I don't need a version of that debugging kept in there. But every time I run an experiment here, I need to know, because my experiment, the 10th time when I run the experiment, may not be efficient, but the third experiment would have been efficient. So I need to know what parameters I used, what data set I used, and what like configurations I used to run the experiment number 3, which I can easily track it through here. So compute, this is again an important thing. So compute is like you can allocate the infrastructure on cloud, and you will be able to just run your machine learning models using that infrastructure. Sometimes this also plays an important role. So what was the compute infrastructure that you used in order to run that models? And that will be there, because if a model takes a long time, so as we modern infrastructures are coming, sometimes like you can provision a much more faster infrastructure, or the organization would have chosen to say 6 months before they would have used an infrastructure where it didn't have that much of CPUs. They may increased it subsequently. So you need to know at the going back 6 months time, if you're rerunning the model, you need to know like, oh, okay, what was the compute used at that time, how long the model creation process used to take, so that you can make those judgments clearly, because that could be a contributing factor also. And also the different environments that you can see here, and it's all available that you can use within the Azure Machine Learning Studio itself. Data source, these are some of the global data sets that you have got. So I didn't do anything other than default provisioning. So as you can see here, there are some global data sets that you can use on Azure, which are available in here. Similarly, you can add your own data stores in here. You can label your data. So this, you can easily label the data, so you know like, okay, which data set that you used for your runs. And this is for any other linked services or external services that you want to connect your workspace. Long story short, what you are seeing in here is like all the assets that you require in order to practice the ML ops. You can easily provision that here. As I said, the only process is if you want to deploy your endpoints or the models to for downstream applications to consume, then you have to use your Azure DevOps pipelines in conjunction with that. Okay, so this is pretty much talking about how machine learning works as an integrated system. Few things around like how, as I told you, like the problem statements, things will start as a problem statement, identify the data, then the ML ops comprises of creating your experiments, doing your data preparation, building your pipeline, training your pipeline, releasing it, and whether you can use it for your real time things, because here data will be flowing real time, and you may have a batch scoring pipeline, which is like as the data is coming through in batches, it will be used. And also like pretty much your business applications will be utilizing it. So just a high level diagram to showcase that. Similarly, if you look at from a ML ops process flow perspective, so you have your version control managing your source code, and this is especially if you're not using what do you say, like the if you're using notebooks or mechanisms or not using Azure ML. But if you're using Azure ML, then you actually like create your things in terms of, you can even automate that process of what goes in Azure ML. So you don't need to manually go to that interface to create your experiments. You can do that even trigger through the Azure DevOps of pushing, creating your experiments, publishing your pipelines, and also like pushing it to your dev environment as well as production environment in here. So the idea here is like you can use the Azure portal to manually go that, and it has got everything automatically version for you. Or you can create your models and validate your models and train your models with the help of Azure DevOps pipelines and push it to your Azure Machine Learning. So typical like any machine learning process or DevOps process, it's all about people, process, and technology. So even with ML ops, that concept is still there. So work in project teams with and utilize the best people and people with the good domain knowledge. Sometimes like when you use automated machine learning things, like you can validate that with your domain experts to make sure that it is providing the right level of accuracy that you are looking for. And similarly, process is really important. So you follow a simple code template, the reusable processes that we discussed about. Sorry. And you can use the CI/CD pipelines, as I mentioned, in order to automate your machine learning model deployments and stuff. So either you go into the Azure portal, manually do that, or you can use your Azure DevOps and you can create your machine learning pipelines through that. And then comes your the last aspect is your technology. So whether you are creating your machine learning models using Azure DevOps, or whether you are creating them using the Azure portal or using Azure CLI, it doesn't matter, because all these tools and technologies are contributing for you to make your deployment processes easier. So there is no one way of doing things, to be honest. Like you can pick and choose the way how you want to proceed with that. So you can, if there is a way, if you want to, if you're comfortable with Azure DevOps, go down with that route. You're comfortable with PowerShell and Azure CLI, then you can go ahead and do that too. Or if you are pretty much happy, use the interface, that will be fine. But I would suggest you to keep it in your DevOps pipeline. If you ask, my recommendation is, because then I have the ability to schedule and I can automate a lot of things rather than me manually going and doing things. We looked at a quick demo around, I showed you the portal around what are the things and the artifacts that will be automatically covered for you. If you're planning to use Azure DevOps, there is extension called machine learning extension, which you can install, and you need to just create your service connection or your identity connection to your Azure machine learning workspace. Once you do that, pretty much like your Azure DevOps will have the capability to do everything on your Azure machine learning workspace. This includes like you can create release pipelines, so you can just expose the models and then create your endpoints in there. So pretty much like how you are using your Azure DevOps for applications, you can use it for machine learning. The key thing is to use this machine learning extension, and then you can connect it to your Azure machine learning workspace. So, with that, I think pretty much we are wrapping up around the quick introduction about what MLOps is, how does it differ from your traditional DevOps, and what are the best practices that you have to consider. So, one thing I have been reiterating is identify what is your machine learning life cycle, and then you have to do version control and you have to manage all those artifacts efficiently. So keep in mind, like not only from a compliance perspective, at any point in time you'll be asked to go back and regenerate or recreate or rerun your model, regenerate, recreate, or rerun your model at any point in time. And you should know exactly what artifacts have been used to generate that model at any point in time, so that you can recreate it when you've been requested to do so. Not from compliance perspective alone, but also from, given the iterative nature and the number of experiments you may need to run, sometimes your first experiment would give the better outcome. So keep that in mind and start embracing ML ops if you haven't started to do so in your organization. And of course, thanks for the opportunity for the Azure, uh, the Cloud Summit team, to provide me the opportunity to speak here today. And thanks, Simon.
That was absolutely great, Anupa. As I said, this is my very first time attending an ML Ops session. There's so much that you covered in just about 45 minutes, the theory, the concept, that you also took us through the Azure Machine Learning Studio. I don't have any questions for you, and I don't think there's any any question in the comments. Looks like people are a little lazy. It's the end of the Cloud Summit 2021. Any final thing you want to plug in?
Not really, but other than that, I said like the key point is around ML ops is also new. So people are more focused around okay, we want to learn machine learning, we need to create the models, but they forget the factor is like things can go messy. Yes, you can create one model, put it into production, but what I have started seeing is some of the consulting work we get is like more around let us go and clean up the mess. So my recommendation is always like okay, take best practices into consideration, even if it is your first model that you're creating for your organization, just to have your building blocks properly, because that will help you in a long run. Otherwise, once you get into a state, then when you have to answer some of the questions related to compliance or ethics related questions, you'll be struggling to provide those answers.
Yeah. So you're telling that the moment you start working on a machine learning project and plan to deploy it, start using MLOps at the very first place.
That's right. It's similar to application development, right? Like now, the first thing we do is like, okay, when you do deployment in dev, when you create an application, is create your pipeline.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
like version control your code. Same applies for machine learning too. Version control your artifacts, version control your data, version
Yeah.
control your experiments, and follow the same practices. But again, there is a bit, because machine learning is new and a lot of people don't understand the concepts of version controlling, because you have a different set of what do you say, the people that are around machine learning, right? They're not developers. They are coming
Yeah.
from the data scientist background or data engineering background and stuff. So they would have done a bit of version control with their SQL scripts and things. But other than that, they're not exposed to that side of automated deployment and things. So, or at least I would say, I'm not saying like data people don't do it, but when you look at majority, and sometimes like it will be looked at as, oh, it's a DevOps thing or something.
Yeah.
So keep that aspect as part of from day one itself. That's what I would be recommending, especially for machine learning people.
Yeah.
If you want to become a machine learning expert.
Yeah, that's great, Anupa. And this also reminds me that I did host you in the Power Platform virtual conference, and so a few days back I was actually watching that video where you were talking about AI Builder and Power Platform, because I did sign up for the Microsoft 365 developer license, and that session was absolutely good. Really helped me. It was pretty easy. There was no MLOps complex thing happening over there, but really helped me to go ahead and quickly understand things. So instead of Googling or watching on searching on YouTube, I just knew that I hosted you, so I just straight away and watched that video. So thank you so much, Anupma. Your sessions are absolutely great. Really enjoyed hosting you. We'd love to have you back, and have a nice Friday. It's Friday at your place, so is mine. It's 4 a.m. Thank you so much, Anupa. Have a nice week ahead. Thank you so much. Bye. Take care.
Will do. And thank you, Simon, for hosting. And kudos to your entire team who supported you in organizing this event.
Thank you, Anupa. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
All right, that was the final session of Cloud Summit 2021. Yay, and see whom we have behind the scenes. It's David McCarter from thecodeworld.net. Dave.
How's it going, everybody?
Oh my goodness, I'm a full stack Azure developer now.
No, you're a full stack conference organizer.
I see Mahesh is in the chat. I think maybe he's not available. I did drop him in the link to join the closing note. Maybe it's evening. He's having some fun time. it's all right. So David, how has your last 10-12 days been? I see you were very active throughout this summit. You're not watching news, I heard.
I what? What did you
were
say,
not
Vlad?
watching news. You didn't watch
news?
Today.
I decided, because I keep the TV on at home just for background noise, because I live alone and it helps me feel not so alone. And so I usually just have the news on. And so, during the cloud conference, I turned off the news and put on the cloud conference. And I found that much more enjoyable to listen in the background than the news. Especially the last couple of weeks has been pretty crappy. And so, it's better to watch it than the news. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Mahesh says that I didn't knew and no one invites me. I did drop. Oh, my goodness. No. I have dropped him a message with 6:25 p.m. the URL, and I've asked him, will you be available? No, I busted you.
But Simon, I can't believe you're still smiling after 11 days of, Cloud Summit, and
oh my goodness.
One thing I want to make sure everybody knows, and I'm going to say this publicly, and hopefully Mahesh won't get mad at me, but everybody keeps saying that, kudos to you and the team. Well, the team was basically you.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we have a very
you had some help, but I would say 80% of the work was done by you. So I just, after watching this for 10 days and jumping off and on, before I get into that, I want to say that, my impressions about the cloud conference is that, the last couple of days I've been feeling that this is probably the best conference I've watched, virtually at least. And maybe, if this was in person, I might actually enjoy going to it. I mean, you know that I don't enjoy going to many conferences because the talks are really boring and they don't show real world stuff. But, all of your speakers, how many speakers did you have? Like 120 or something?
150, more than 150. We have crossed 150, yeah.
They're over 150. So
yeah.
all the speakers that I saw were awesome. They did an awesome job, and they really knew their stuff. And, the thing that really impressed me this week about the conference is that, I kind of realized after watching all the different speakers is this has got to be flat out the hands down the most diverse conference ever, because you've had 11 days of 150 speakers from all over the world, so many different countries. I've never even heard of people speaking, before. And I just have to say that I'm so impressed with how this came off. And, I kind of was worried, I was going 11 days. I mean, this might really suck, but I have to say that it didn't suck at all. It was the complete opposite. It was an awesome conference. The speakers were awesome. I think the topics were awesome. I thought, I didn't see any complaints really in the chat that I was watching, at least. And then I want to talk about you for a second. I made that video a couple of days ago about you, but I want to say publicly for everybody forever to know that not only would this conference not be as great if it wasn't for you, but you have impressed me to no end. Your demeanor, the way you've handled this conference, the way you've been nice, even after 11 days, you're still nice to people. And, I know me, I wouldn't be. I mean, I ran a one-day conference with you and I was really grumpy at the end, and it took me 2 days to recover from the dang thing. How you did this is beyond me. You must have untapped energy inside of you. But everything you did was so professional and so well done. And I didn't see any big, problems or hiccups or anything like that. This was run better than most in-person conferences I've ever seen.
Yeah, and thanks for all those kind words, David. This really encourages me. And Mahesh is saying, Mahesh definitely agrees with you. He says, every kind of speakers from all over the world, and we literally covered the entire ecosystem of Azure. If you see all the products, it may be very latest or of any kind of, we cover like each and every product. And it was, I think, it was good. And I just hope that we can bring this offline and in person. I just hope if we can do that, keep it still hybrid, maybe 2 days in person and do another days online for other part of the world. But it would be great if we can do it. And this is all for free, right? I mean, that's where I have a list of people to thank. The very first is C# Corner. I think the very core vision of C# Corner from past 2 decades have been to give a free education. They believe education is free. Everything on their platform is free. So so definitely thanks to C# Corner. And then next to that, we have thanks to all the sponsors. It's free, so any help is good, right? Any help is good. And we have a list of sponsors. So thanks to that. Then thanks to all the user group who are around the world who has helped us. There are different user group that has been promoting crossing 70,000 registrations, David. I don't know how much Microsoft Build gets it. I don't know about that. But
so you had 70,000 registrations for this conference?
Yeah, 70,000 registrations for this conference.
Wow. I don't think there's any conference in the world that has that.
Yeah, the LinkedIn crashed. The LinkedIn event stopped working. We had to reach out support, and they didn't know they would get like error 500 whenever someone would visit that event. So thanks to all user groups. And again, thanks to all speakers, no doubt, taking out their time. There's no way we can pay back. People have work to do. So really appreciate it. And yeah, also thanks to the audience, right? People have
Yes.
been commenting it, sharing it on social media, taking out their time joining. I see many people coming uh, again and again. So Mahesh is asking how many people watched roughly. So I don't have the exact stat, Mahesh, but here's the interesting part. In just first 6 days, 84,000 unique people watched it on just our platform. I'm not talking about Microsoft platform, right? And this conference was seen more than 460,000 people at least watched, right? I cannot say how many, but these are stats only for first 6 days. 460,000 people watched, but we have to go back and redo all the stats because it's been another 5 days after it. So stats will get it. And yeah, we streamed on Microsoft Developers YouTube channel. We streamed it on the Learn TV. We are the only event that got streamed on Learn TV apart from Microsoft. So yeah, thanks to the Learn TV too. Then we have few other guys, the Frank from Microsoft, who did a dedicated live show on Learn TV. I couldn't help him much with the guest, but yeah, so please thank you, Frank. Then we have a thanks to all the, oh, sorry, spelling mistakes, typo. English is not my first language. Thanks to all the committee stars, Isadora, Holy, David. David, you right, you have been promoting this conference all throughout your live shows, right? With all your speakers. You also gave us a couple of great speakers. Sam was speaking today, right?
Yeah.
And Tejas was here a couple of days back. An absolutely great speaker that we got from your conference that we did. So yeah, thanks to you and all the other community stars who have held us. And thanks to our student volunteers, Aditya, Rashika, Rucha, Simran, Vedant. On Sunday, we had a track that was just dedicatedly for students. They organized everything, like everything that they did. I didn't do anything. Even the hosting, I didn't do it. It was only the beginning when I came in. And yeah, a couple of announcements before I go to the next one is that we have the .NET conference coming up in December. David, it's your conference once again, right?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, we're gonna do a track or a day just on software quality or something, right?
That would be great. That would be great.
We're still talking about it. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure it out. Let's get on a call next week. So we have to figure it out. Yeah. So .NET conference in December 2021 should be big because David is here, and everyone knows David.
And that'll be right after .NET 6 comes out. So there's going to be a lot of great things to talk about, with the release of .NET 6 in November.
Yeah. So we need to make also sure that when do we close the call for speakers and how long we keep it open. I think that will be very important fact. I'll connect with you. I think you're the best guy for that. Then we have the blockchain conference, November 2021, and that's led by who? By our boss, Mahesh.
Who else?
Who else? He's so. I still feel he's in his I would say 40s, but he's still so he gets excited with these conferences and everything that he does, and he likes to share everything on internet. So. So yeah, that's the blockchain conference coming up in the November. And yeah, definitely go ahead and visit the website that is called Global Tech Conferences. This is where we keep posting all the upcoming conferences. I've dropped in the link. And yeah, after that, Azure Serverless Conference is coming on September 29 and 30. C# Corner is again one of the partners, and we will be streaming Azure Serverless Conference on Cloud Summit. It's a Microsoft official conference. Again, David, thanks to you. We got this conference of Mark Brown, right? He was one of your guests. You connected us for the Azure Cosmos Review conference.
I connected you guys with Mark Brown.
Yeah, right. Then he was very happy with it. Then he reached out to us that, hey, you guys did good job. Would you also like to partner with Azure Serverless Conference? So sometimes people don't even know on how they have helped others. So this conference is again coming from Mark Brown.
I'm glad I could help. Mark's a great guy too. He's
very kind,
a really great guy.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. The other thing is people have been asking how to get the recording. So we will edit all 130 videos in just 3 days.
So you're not going to sleep after this? Is that what?
No, I cannot. People have been asking for the recording. So all recordings will be made available, and we'll put it on the Azure Summit website, Cloud Summit. I still mess it up. It's Azure Summit website, and it's the Cloud Summit event. We'll put it on the website, but we'll also drop an email. And What else do I have? And the last plug that I have, right? Last plug that I have is to thank the team behind the scene, that is Rohit Tomar and Pradeep Subedi. Rohit Tomar is the one who makes all the intro videos and does the social media. Right? He does everything. And Pradeep Subedi is the one who create all the graphics and manages the website. They both are young. We are not a very big team, right? And there are often teams keeps revamping sometimes. So I think I would dedicate, if someone would ask me, I would say I would dedicate this conference to both of them, because in my wildest dream, I cannot imagine that we would have been able to make this summit so big without these two both working. So yeah, Rohit Tomar and Pradeep Subedi, you never come in front of camera. So that's it. That's it from my side, David. Anything you want to plug in?
Well, everybody, don't forget to watch my show every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I've got a great shows lined up, and my anniversary show is in 2 weeks, and so I hope everybody stays tuned. I've got some special things planned for that show, and it's going to be exciting. I'm so happy that I've lasted a year, and a big reason that my show has lasted a year is you. And because, you have really helped me put on this show and reach so many people, and with such a great attitude and a smile on your face all the time. And I don't think people know that, you and I talk a lot before and after the show.
Yeah,
and
we talk a lot, yeah.
we've really got to know each other in the last year. And I'm really glad that I can consider you're my friend now. And I can't imagine a better producer for my show than you, so I want to thank you again publicly for all that. And, you really make it easy for me to do my show. Yeah.
Thanks, David. The show is actually really amazing. And if you go back, as I was saying in a part, in part of the conference, when I go back and watch any of the top conferences, right, the people who have been on your show, they are either a keynote speaker or a featured speaker, and that really helps me to understand also, right? Hey, okay, this event is happening. That's how when people apply. Okay, these are the speakers of your show. So definitely, doing a live show continuously for 1 year, I think it needs a lot of commitment. Sometimes you're not in a mental state.
Yeah.
Right, you may not be in a good mood, but you have scheduled a live show, so you have to do it, and it's all on weekends, right? It's all on weekends, Saturday. So I think even that's very challenging. So yeah.
Well, I'm really happy with the numbers I get, even being on the weekend. I know a lot of people watch it recorded, but before I forget, because I forget things a lot, is we were talking about the next Cloud Summit, right?
Yeah.
And so if we do a hybrid, here's my plug, and I hope Mahesh is listening. I want to do it in Sweden, because not Mahesh lives there. I mean, Magnus lives there, and I've always wanted to go to Sweden. I want to go hang out with Magnus. So since Magnus is the king of Azure, I think we should have it in Sweden. The in-person part in Sweden.
The other day you were planning to. Mahesh says he's listening. Oh my goodness. The other day you were saying you wanted to go to Germany.
I do. I want to go to Germany too, because that's where part of my heritage is from. I want to go to Sweden because Magnus is a good friend of mine, and but I want to go to Germany because that's where my heritage is from. That's where my nose comes from, is Germany actually. And so I've always wanted to go to Germany, and all the area where I was, where my heritage is from. I've never been to where I'm from.
Yeah, and I think Mahesh is saying definitely need to visit Sweden, UK, Germany, and at the end he plugs in maybe just to travel.
Yeah. Well, I want to go. I want Magnus. I don't know if you follow Magnus on Facebook, but he's constantly posting these beautiful food pictures and grilling he does and stuff there, and I want to go just so he can cook for me.
I feel the same. It is very colorful, and he with his family, he just keeps on posting every weekend. Make sure he spends some time with him, with his family. So that's great. And yeah, shout out to my boss. I know he doesn't like it when I call him boss, but shout out to Mahesh, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of the C# Corner. I still remember when the pandemic hit. That's when I joined. And to me, pandemic has been a blessing in disguise, where we started all these live shows and took it from there, making me face of C# Corner. That was a big gamble, I would say. So thanks to him, I think.
Thanks to Mahesh for sure, because he started C# Corner, and without that, we wouldn't even be here at this moment. And thanks, Mahesh, for finding such a great resource, for your team. That was one of those golden nuggets you find, and he did a really good job at finding you, and I'm really impressed. But I have one question for you. So as soon as you shut down your computer, what are you going to do?
You know what? I go back and I go and wash my face. I'll go and wash my face. I'll look at my clock. I think I'll go to bed.
Yeah,
to be honest,
because it's like almost 5 a.m. or something there.
Yeah,
right?
I won't get sleep. I won't get any sleep, but I'll go to bed. To be honest, I think I'm having headache and fever from very long days, for past 7 to 8 days. But but I have not been to gym from past 15 days. So I charged.
But you lost weight, right? You lost weight,
lost.
So you don't need to go to the gym. You just need to do a conference every day of the week, right?
Oh my goodness!
Here's how you lose weight: run a conference every day.
Next
a
day,
virtual
next day,
conference, even.
Yeah, exactly. Next day,
just think how much weight you would have lost if you were in person.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! 11 days would have been. I would have been dead in 11 days for in person. Yeah, lucky I have my mom with me. So I think that's the wrap. Thank you so much, everyone, and people really loved the intro videos that we made. So I think we're gonna end with that. Some people pay money to lose weight. Yeah.
Simon gets paid to lose weight. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So I think that's how we wrap. This is the award that we are going to send to all speakers. So I think I've showed it.
That's really nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. That's one reserved for you too. Do you know that?
There's one for me too?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
And I'll take anything.
And we have done the giveaways for more than 40 giveaways throughout this summit, more than 40. So we will ship them towards the end of next month first, because we have to, even if Corey is here, and then fly to Germany, it's a little challenging. Hassan says, love the chat. Great. But I think it's time to wrap. We'll have to wrap anyway. This is, let's see what happens the next year. But yeah, I'm going to miss this event, to be honest. I'm going to miss this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss Cloud Summit.
I am too. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I can't wait to go back. Once you cut the videos up, I can't wait to go back and watch some of the ones I missed. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you show the award in close up? Okay, let's. Okay, don't judge me, right? I'm wearing shorts. Don't judge me.
They can't tell.
So the award is this. Let me maybe do it this way. Okay, this works.
You grow 5 inches online. You know that, right?
So this is the award.
Yeah, that's really nice. Cloud Summit 2021.
Yeah, Cloud Summit 2021. Mahesh is just making sure that I have not added any Microsoft brandings over there, so that they'll again
so we don't get in trouble.
Come after me. Yeah, I think that is what he's confirming right now. All right. I think all right. That's it, so everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year. David.
Yeah, thanks for everybody for watching. Thanks, Simon, and thanks, Mahesh, and thanks for C# Corner. And what an awesome conference! I just have to say.
Yeah. Keep learning. Thank you, everyone. Ta-da. Bye.
See ya.
Hi, I'm Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers. So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.